Chapter 1184. Zhou Tong quickly left the underwater estate, once more returning to the island within Serpentwing Lake. At this moment, 10 days had passed since he had first arrived at Serpentwing Lake. But in these 10 days, he had already undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering transformation. Lord! As soon as Zhou Tong appeared, he naturally attracted the attention of the dire monster of Serpentwing Lake, Serpentwing. He transformed into a black-robed man and bowed respectfully. Zhou Tong said calmly, "In the future, the entire Serpentwing Lake will be my territory. This island will be my temporary residence. While I am here, you're not allowed to go out and mess around. Understood?" "Yes, Lord." Serpentwing lowered his head, not daring to say anything else. "You don't need to worry about anything. In the future, Serpentwing Lake will be different." Zhou Tong casually tossed out, and a spirit-gathering disc instantly flew out from his palm, landing in the center of the island. Rumble. As the spirit-gathering disc landed in the center of the island instantly began to tremble, and rays of divine light spread out from the center of the island into the earth. These rays of light began to sort out the entire island, Serpentwing Lake, and the nearby earth and water veins, and then began to gather all of the nearby spiritual energy towards the center of the island. In but a short period of time, the entire island was filled with strands of mist. This mist was formed from extremely dense elemental energy. The elemental energy around Serpentwing Lake was covered with a thick layer of water vapor. Naturally, this extremely dense elemental energy began to take on the appearance of water vapor. Can this be the legendary spirit-gathering formation? Serpentwing was stunned. The nearby lesser monsters all stared worshipfully at Zhou Tong as well. With this sort of spirit-gathering formation, their training speed would clearly increase dramatically. "Thank you, Lord." Serpentwing looked at Zhou Tong with reverence in his eyes. "Enough. You can leave now." Zhou Tong waved his hand, then took a single step forward, once more returning to the surface of the lake. And then, riding the wind, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, instantly leaving the vicinity of Serpentwing Lake. After leaving Serpentwing Lake, Zhou Tong immediately headed towards the Ji clan's West Prefecture city. Each one's orders were still in place, and the people of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture recognized that Zhou Tong was an honored guest here. The soldiers and guards along the way didn't stop Zhou Tong from advancing. Moments later, Zhou Tong once more entered the training grounds of the Ji clan. At this moment, each one was still instructing Ji Ning in his sword training, and Ji Ning was also slashing at the metal puppets one by one. For a moment, the entire training field was filled with clanging sounds. As Zhou Tong returned, Ji Ning glanced at Zhou Tong. The sword in his hand had slowed down. "Too slow. Don't get distracted. When facing enemies in the future, being distracted will cost you your life." Each one directly scolded. "Yes, father." Ji Ning immediately calmed himself down and focused his attention on drawing his sword. At this moment, each one looked at Zhou Tong. Laughing, he said, 10 days. You finally returned? Did you gain anything from this trip?" Actually, in his heart, he didn't have much hope that Zhou Tong would gain anything. This area was the territory of the Ji clan. In 10 days, even if he was extremely fast, it would be hard for him to finish traversing the entire territory, much less gain anything. "There are some gains," Zhou Tong said with a smile. "I remember that when I received the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens from you, I said that I would help the Ji clan fight 3 times. Zhou Tong looked at each one, then casually took out a beast skin scroll. "This is a storage-type magic treasure." Each one's heart shook. The method in which this person had taken out this beast skin scroll was a storage-type magic treasure. In the past 10 days, he had actually gained something, and a storage-type magic treasure at that. "I'll use this item in exchange for a chance to fight. What do you think?" Zhou Tong directly handed the beast skin scroll to each one. Each one half doubtfully opened the beast skin scroll. Instantly, his eyes widened. On the beast skin scroll was a picture of a Buddha with the sun and the moon hanging high in the heavens, his entire body emanating boundless light. A visualization technique. Each one almost blurted out. Their Ji clan was indeed quite powerful in this region, but there was still a large gap between them and those large clans, especially in terms of visualization techniques. If one had the visualization technique, then the entire clan soul would definitely be far more powerful than those who didn't have the visualization technique. But the influence of the soul was enormous. Those with powerful souls would be able to learn things quickly, and their power would increase quickly as well. In this way, the gap in power would slowly grow wider and wider. That's right. This visualization technique is known as the inner visualization of the Solar Moon Buddha. In the past few days, I inadvertently acquired it. Zhou Tong continued. I'm willing to use this item in exchange for a chance to fight. What does the Ji clan think? This visualization technique was naturally something that the old Black Bull in the cave had drawn. Each one took a deep breath, then glanced at Ji Ning, who was still training with the sword not too far away. He said, "Fine, I accept." He had no choice but to accept. The visualization technique was indeed something that the Ji clan needed the most. In particular, when he looked at his son, a genius like him, he absolutely couldn't fall behind the other clans because of the visualization technique. Good. In the future, there are only two things that I need to do with your Ji clan. Zhou Tong nodded. Each one put away the bee's skin scroll, then looked at Zhou Tong, a complicated look on his face. Is this phoenix's luck truly this astonishing? Each one felt as though he were dreaming. Although he had guessed long ago that this fiend god, who was born from the essence of the world, would definitely be extraordinary in certain aspects, he truly couldn't imagine that in just 10 days, without even leaving the Ji clan's territory, he would be able to make such gains. Hey, wait, his power? Zifu, his Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens, has reached the 7th stage? Each one suddenly sensed that something was wrong with the aura emanating from Zhou Tong's body, and his heart trembled. The Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful fiend god body refining technique. Although the 7th stage was only at the early Zifu stage, in terms of true combat power, it wasn't any weaker than other fiend gods who had reached the great perfection of the Zifu stage. Each one had to admit that no one in the Ji clan was a match for a fiend god like this. I'm going to settle down at Serpent Wing Lake. If there's anything, you can send someone to find me there. Zhou Tong continued. Serpent Wing Lake? As I recall, Serpent Wing was there. You. Each one frowned. Serpent Wing has already been subdued by me. I will restrain him. Don't worry, your Ji clan. He won't cause any more trouble. Zhou Tong said one last time, then turned and left. Serpent Wing Lake? According to legends, phoenixes don't descend to places without treasures. Can it be that Serpent Wing Lake is the place where he acquired the treasures? Each one shook his head. So what if I know that Ji Yuan is there? This phoenix's power has already surpassed our Ji clans. Even if I know, it's useless. However, he secretly memorized this place. In the future, if he encountered any problems, he would send someone to find him there. Chapter 1185. After leaving the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, Zhou Tong once more returned to the island of Serpent Wing Lake. At the center of the island, he had built a wooden house where he had placed the formation disc. Within the wooden house, there was a 3-meter wide spring. There was no water within the spring, only wisps of faint green mist drifting about. The mist was filled with boundless life force. It was virtually liquefied elemental energy. Zhou Tong stared at the spring, musing to himself, it really lives up to its reputation as a spirit-focusing formation set up by Taoist 3 lives. Amongst mortal-level formations, this should be the absolute limit. It's only been a few days, but it's already capable of producing liquefied elemental essence. Liquefied elemental essence was the purest form of elemental energy. Using it to train didn't cause any harm to the body at all. It was a top-grade training resource. Unfortunately, the rate at which liquefied elemental essence is being produced is rather slow. Most likely, only a single drop per day will be produced. Zhou Tong took a careful look, then shook his head. This rate of liquefied elemental essence was simply too slow. Forget it. I'll take it slow when I have time. Next time I enter the underwater estate, I'll make another formation disk. It should be able to increase the rate at which liquefied elemental essence is produced. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. With a flip of his hand, the immortal immolating tome, which the giant yellow bear had given him, appeared in his palm. He slowly opened the immortal immolating tome, quietly meditating on the method of operating it. This was the first time Zhou Tong had truly and thoroughly meditated on the key, refining techniques of this world. Although he had previously browsed through the items left behind by the cultivators in his spatial treasure, and had also browsed through a few techniques, those techniques were too low-level. Zhou Tong had only skimmed through them a few times, then stopped. But this immortal immolating tome was a technique which Daoist Three Lives had trained in, and was capable of training up to the level of Daozu. It was definitely one of the most powerful techniques in the three realms. In addition, this technique walked the path of fire, making it extremely suitable for Zhou Tong's chosen path of fire. During this meditative process, the spiritual energy which had been condensed by the spirit-focusing formation began to unconsciously move along with Zhou Tong's meditations. Inside the wooden house, there seemed to be a cool breeze blowing. One could see faint lights rushing down from all directions. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Zhou Tong like a tide. A huge amount of energy filled his body, and as he comprehended the cultivation method, it merged into his body bit by bit. The most direct observation was Zhou Tong's dantian. In the beginning, it was filled with waves of fiery energy. Then, as the energy continued to grow, it became denser and denser. In the end, it was as if it had turned into water droplets. In the process of comprehending the cultivation method, he naturally began to break through realms. From the initial Hodian realm, he directly broke through to the Xiantian realm. The energy in his body also began to transform into innate true origin. For a full 7 days, Zhou Tong had been quietly comprehending this cultivation method. During this period of time, he'd been comprehending this technique wholeheartedly because it was a completely different system from the school of fiend god body refinement. Although it seemed different, in the process of comprehending it, Zhou Tong still found traces of similarities between the two systems. The school of fiend god body refinement and the school of qi refinement were not different from each other. Instead, they were interlinked and complementary. After comprehending this cultivation method and comparing it with the school of fiend god body refinement, Zhou Tong had a deeper understanding of this world's cultivation system. 7 days later, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes. He suddenly understood the entire cultivation method and thoroughly comprehended it. The entire cultivation method has been completely imprinted in my heart. As long as I have enough energy to cultivate this cultivation method, I can directly cultivate to an extremely high realm and even directly become a celestial immortal. Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a trace of joy. In this world, as long as one's realm was high, one's cultivation speed would be very fast. Legend had it that some celestial immortals would reincarnate after suffering a tribulation. After reincarnating, because their realm was extremely high, they only needed to prepare a 9 transformations golden pill to replenish their energy, and they could easily enter the celestial immortal realm. Zhou Tong's current state was similar to those reincarnated celestial immortals. He only needed enough energy to fly. I'm already at the Xiantian realm. Zhou Tong looked inside his body. His dantian was already filled with a terrifying and scorching liquid. This was the Xiantian True Yuan. According to the situation, I should be at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. With the amount of Yuan Qi gathered in this place and the spirit gathering array, I'll probably need another year to reach the peak of the Xiantian realm and then break through to the Zifu realm. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. Then, with a thought, he once again returned to Daoist Three Lives Cave. You've returned? Are you preparing to challenge the War God Shrine? The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong and asked. Zhou Tong nodded and said, according to the rules of the cave, I had 2 chances to challenge the War God Shrine when I was in the Xiantian realm, and 2 more chances when I was in the Zifu realm. I haven't entered even once, so I've accumulated 4 chances, right? That's right. Looking at your appearance, you should still want treasures like the Spirit Gathering Array, right? The giant yellow bear shook his head and said helplessly, I really don't know what to say about you. When other people see this kind of opportunity, they would want to obtain as many offensive or defensive treasures as possible. Yet, you set your eyes on things that can assist your cultivation. Things like the Spirit Gathering Array. In the future, if you want to become a disciple of a slightly better sect, the Spirit Gathering Array in that sect will be much more advanced than this one. This is the most basic thing, Zhou Tong said. Although a sect's array might be of a high level, how many people does a sect have? The spirit chi they absorb can't all be used by me alone, right? As for higher level resources, I'll most likely need to complete some mission to obtain them. Forget it. Since you've decided, I won't persuade you. Follow me, the giant yellow bear said, and brought Zhou Tong to the entrance of the war god shrine. The entrance of the war god shrine was still a large bronze door. On it were carvings of axes, swords, and sabers. A terrifying, murderous aura rushed out, and the entire bronze door was enveloped in a layer of faint red light. It was as if it was dyed red by blood, emitting a bloody, murderous aura. By the way, it's very dangerous inside the war god shrine. If you try to be brave, there's still a possibility of death. The giant yellow bear reminded Zhou Tong one last time. Don't worry. Zhou Tong gave the giant yellow bear a reassuring look. The giant yellow bear cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Tong. You're the one who's worried. I've never seen anyone more reckless than you. You're not steady at all. Zhou Tong took a step forward and extended his hand to touch the bronze door. Boom! Just as his hand touched the door, a blurry red light instantly engulfed Zhou Tong, causing him to disappear in front of the door. This was greater teleportation. Zhou Tong was no longer curious or shocked by this. It was the same in the Divine Abilities Hall. Chapter 1186. Within the War God Hall, Zhou Tong had been teleported to a vast, boundless land. This land seemed to be an ancient battlefield. The ground was crimson, as though it had been dyed red by blood. In the distance, there was an enormous pagoda. The door to the pagoda was faintly glowing with a hint of white light that was very eye-catching. At the same time, not too far away, the giant yellow bear appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Looking at Zhou Tong, he asked, "Which level do you wish to challenge?" Let me remind you, you can only challenge one level at a time. The first level only requires an early Wanxiang adept to easily pass, but from the second level onwards, things will be different. However, given your current power, combined with Master's Star-Seizing Hand, I feel that you should have a chance at the third level. Do you want to give it a try? The giant yellow bear asked. So long as you can pass the third level, you will be able to choose an Earth-ranked magic treasure. Your current spirit-focusing formation can only produce a single drop of liquefied elemental essence per day. But if you use an Earth-ranked formation, the amount of liquefied elemental essence you can produce will be more than 100 times greater. However, the third level is still too difficult. This level is meant for Fiend God Body Refiners and Wanxiang Adepts. Your insights into the Tao truly are terrifying, and you also have your divine ability, the Star-Seizing Hand. Although your level of training is far from enough, you still have a 30% chance. Zhou Tong laughed softly. 30%? You underestimate me too much. Let's give the third level a try. Zhou Tong walked directly towards the pagoda. Swish! Zhou Tong took a single step forward, and it was as though he had teleported to the entrance of the pagoda. As he stepped in, the space around him instantly changed. The space in front of him changed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in a white space that was 3,000 meters in circumference. However, just as Zhou Tong entered this place, the golden light in the air suddenly began to condense, transforming into a golden-armored celestial soldier. This person's face was cold and callous, and the armor he wore was even more resplendent. In his hands were 2 hammers. HRM. As soon as this person appeared, he immediately turned to look at Zhou Tong. "Little fellow, you are very weak." The golden-armored man looked at Zhou Tong. "Your fiend god body, refiner level, seems to be only at the early Zifu stage. It would be too easy for this clone of mine, which is formed from a sliver of divine power, to defeat you. Little guy, you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we really fight, I'm afraid my hammer will turn you into ashes." The golden-armored man looked down on Zhou Tong, his words carrying a trace of arrogance. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. In the fiend god body refining Tao, the Violet Palace realm allowed one to be reborn from a single drop of blood, while the Wanxiang realm allowed one to transform. At the primordial soul realm, one could use a portion of one's flesh to condense an avatar. But of course, the clones of primal Taoists were very weak, and they had to travel together with their true bodies. This person in front of him, who had been able to condense an avatar with just a sliver of divine power, was naturally a fiend god who was far above the primal Taoist level. A mere divine power avatar. Your divine body is only on par with mine, and I could destroy it with a flick of my finger. I made a mistake in choosing this level. You aren't a match for me. Far from it. You wasted a chance. Zhou Tong shook his head, laughing softly. The golden-armored man's face changed dramatically. Zhou Tong's words had indeed hit the mark. This avatar of his was very weak, and the weapon in his hand was only formed from divine power. The only thing he could rely on, which allowed him to look down on Zhou Tong, was the level that his true body had reached and his insights into the Grand Tao. But of course, this was only the basis for his arrogance. If my true body was here, I could kill you with a single breath. The golden-armored man's face was displeased, but there was still a hint of arrogance on his face. Even if it's just an avatar condensed from a sliver of divine power, even if it's my weakest avatar against a Violet Palace realm cultivator like you, it doesn't matter. Sneak attack. Just as the golden-armored man was flattering himself, a stunning saber light slashed down. The sharp saber light cut through the 9 heavens. The golden-armored man was shocked to discover that there was a sliver of pitch-black light on the edge of the saber. It was indestructible, and there was nothing it couldn't cut through. It had a terrifying power that could cut through everything. Even more terrifying was that the saber light flickered with 5 different colors. The 5 elements were born from each other, and as the saber light slashed down, its power continued to increase. Not good. The golden-armored man's face changed dramatically. He used all his strength to smash the sledgehammer in his hand forward. Instantly, a strange ripple appeared in the air. However, the saber light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through all the ripples in a domineering manner, suddenly colliding with the sledgehammer. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the air shook violently. The sledgehammer in the golden-armored man's hand exploded. Although the golden-armored man tried his best to unleash his divine power to block the saber, in the end, even the golden armor on his body was broken. He suffered a heavy blow from the saber, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. His body was almost split open. How is this possible? Violet Palace realm? Saber energy. What kind of monster is this? The golden-armored man was shocked. He had used up half of his divine power to block the saber. One more saber strike, and he would be gone. After all, his body was condensed from divine power, and it would be gone once his divine power was exhausted. You're a reincarnated celestial immortal? The golden-armored man looked at Zhou Tong with a grave expression. What shocked him even more was that Zhou Tong, who had unleashed this attack, had a completely indifferent attitude. It was as if that saber strike was just a casual blow from him. Moreover, his opponent didn't even use a weapon. That saber strike was simply from his palm. Why find excuses for your failure? Zhou Tong said leisurely. If I'm not wrong, this saber strike has already used up half of your divine power. Your strength is about the same as what I expected. My mercy was not in vain, and I only used half of my strength. Half of my strength? Half of my strength used up half of my divine power. Are you trying to say that if you used all of your strength, you would only need one strike to defeat me? The golden-armored man's expression turned ugly. No, no, no. You misunderstand. Zhou Tong shook his head. This made the golden-armored man feel a little better, and he nodded slightly. Zhou Tong continued. My Tao of creation and destruction of the 5 elements increases my attack power more than you can imagine. 10% more power, but the power doesn't just increase by 10%. Therefore, if I really wanted to kill you in one strike, I would only need to use 80% of my strength. You. The golden-armored man glared at Zhou Tong. While the golden-armored man was enraged, Zhou Tong leisurely took out a weapon from his storage equipment. Sword? The golden-armored man stared at the weapon in Zhou Tong's hand, his anger mixed with a trace of doubt. Zhou Tong said, the reason why I didn't kill you in one strike was because I wanted to borrow your hand to practice my sword. Previously, when I was practicing my saber, I accidentally cultivated the power of the saber. Logically speaking, I should be more proficient in the sword. Of course, I need to comprehend the power of the sword to balance it out. You're courting death. The golden-armored man roared. Golden light burst out from his body, and the only remaining hammer in his hand turned into a stream of light as it pounced towards Zhou Tong. He looked like he was going to put his life on the line. Chapter 1187. War God Temple outside the tower. Originally, a puppet would have been enough to fight you, but your personality is too arrogant, so I'll let you experience the strength of the God Demon's avatar first. Otherwise, with your arrogant personality, once you inherit Master's mantle in the future, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. The yellow bear looked at the golden-armored man with interest, but soon his face froze. One strike, it actually repelled the God Demon's avatar with just one strike. It consumed half of the avatar's divine power. The power of this saber has become stronger again. But how is this possible? How many days has it been? How could it suddenly become so much stronger? However, not long after, the yellow bear was completely stunned. It saw Zhou Tong take out his sword and use it to fight with the golden-armored God Demon's avatar. Moreover, his swordsmanship was getting stronger and purer. In just a moment, a silver light appeared on the sword in his hand. The yellow bear recognized that it was the power of the sword. Not only has he mastered the power of the saber, but he has also mastered the power of the sword. And the speed of mastering the power of the sword is even higher than the power of the saber. How can there be such a monster? The yellow bear didn't know what to say. Zhou Tong's actions refreshed his understanding again and again. His talent is stronger than the old master's? Stronger than Yuan? Vaguely, such a rebellious thought appeared in the yellow bear's heart. Chua! Suddenly, the space beside the yellow bear rippled, and Zhou Tong appeared beside the yellow bear. You won so easily. I underestimated you. With your strength, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to go to the 4th floor. The yellow bear exclaimed. However, you've passed the 3rd floor. You can go to the treasure hall to choose an Earth Stage treasure. The yellow bear once again took out the catalog of treasures from the treasure hall. Zhou Tong casually pointed and directly selected a treasure. Tribulation Fire Divine Bow. Didn't you want the Spirit Gathering Array? The yellow bear looked at the treasure Zhou Tong chose and was shocked. It was actually a bow. Regardless of whether Zhou Tong chose the saber or the sword, the yellow bear was not surprised. He had seen Zhou Tong cultivate the saber power and the sword power with his own eyes. But this bow, if a fiend god body refiner cultivator were to train in archery, their power would be even greater. When we go to the 4th level, we'll make another array formation. Zhou Tong said softly. Actually, he wasn't in a hurry, because the formation could only increase the speed of his cultivation in the Tao of Qi refinement, but it couldn't increase the speed of his fiend god body refinement. During this period of time, he decided to try out all the things in this world first. Not only do you want to be a sword immortal, but you also want to be a saber user and an archer. The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong. He wanted to persuade Zhou Tong not to be distracted by making so many things, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Thinking of Zhou Tong's monstrous cultivation speed, he really didn't know what to say. What he could comprehend in just a few hours might require other peerless geniuses to cultivate and comprehend for decades. With this kind of talent, if he wanted to divide his attention and create a few more fighting styles, he could guarantee that each of his specializations would be stronger than the other specializations. Fine, if you want to learn the bow, then learn it. The giant yellow bear casually grabbed and took out the Tribulation Fire Divine bow that Zhou Tong had taken a fancy to from the treasure hall. This was a bow that was completely red and black. It looked very ordinary, but when Zhou Tong's hand gripped the bow, a wave of hot fire instantly surged into his body from a bow. This Tribulation Fire Divine bow was a divine bow at the peak of the Earth stage. Those who were weak would not be able to hold it steadily. I'm going to the 4th level. Zhou Tong carried his bow and once again headed to the pagoda of the War God Shrine. As he entered, golden light once again appeared on the 4th floor. 9 golden-armored figures appeared in front of Zhou Tong. "It's you again, but the number has increased to 9, and each of them has a stronger divine body than mine." Zhou Tong was also somewhat speechless. Why was it this god's clone again? However, it doesn't matter. They're all targets anyway. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he immediately pulled the bow. The bowstring was pulled back by Zhou Tong. He immediately aimed at the first golden-armored man and poured his divine power into it. Flames began to condense on the bow and finally turned into a scarlet flame arrow. The Tribulation Fire Divine bow was originally a magic treasure. There were countless arrays engraved on the bow. As Qi Ming poured his divine power into it, these arrays could draw upon the power of heaven and earth to form a flaming arrow. Bang! With a loud sound, the bow was like a thunderbolt. The arrow was like a fire dragon coming out of its hole, directly shooting towards the first golden-armored man. Small trick. The golden-armored man instantly made his move and smashed Zhou Tong's arrow with his hammer. Zhou Tong's figure flashed and instantly retreated. No, this world's bow is not used like this. After Zhou Tong shot the arrow, he realized in his heart, the bows and arrows of this world were somewhat different from those of other worlds. In the past, when he was in the Shrouding Heaven world, Zhou Tong also used a bow. He had also refined bows and arrows for his younger brother and sister. However, the method of using a bow in this desolate arrow world was different from that of other worlds. It emphasized not the laws of the bow and arrow, but the heart. The reason why Zhou Tong chose the bow and arrow this time was because he wanted to use the power of this world to comprehend the power of the heart. In this world's cultivation system, in addition to the divine devil body refining Tao and the Qi refining Tao, there was also the most mysterious path, the heart force stream. Heart. Zhou Tong once again pulled the bow and concentrated. The heart could be very strong, but it could also be very weak. In different worlds, the heart had different forms of expression. In the Shrouding Heaven world, the strength of the heart was most directly reflected by the strength of the will. But in this world, the strength of the heart was more directly reflected, the heart force. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to forget, as if everything was concentrated on the tip of the arrow. Even Zhou Tong himself seemed to feel strands of light slowly condensing on the tip of the arrow. The embryonic form of the heart force appeared. Bang! With another loud sound, the arrow broke through the air. At the same time, the invisible heart force that Zhou Tong had comprehended also merged with the arrow at the moment it left the bow. At this moment, he had a strange feeling, as if he had completely turned into an arrow, whistling through the air. He felt the air whistling by his side. He felt the hot firepower in the arrow. He felt the ripples from the opponent's hammer. Boom! However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong felt his mind explode. The arrow had been instantly destroyed by the golden-armored man. And at this time, the other golden-armored men also rushed over, surrounding him and swinging their hammers together. Zhou Tong suddenly woke up from that feeling. His body was like fire, exploding out with explosive speed. In an instant, he rushed out of the golden-armored men's encirclement. Chapter 1188. Good boy, your speed is fast enough. Your comprehension of the Tao of Fire is actually so powerful. Seeing Zhou Tong burst out with such a terrifying power in an instant and run out of his encirclement at an explosive speed, the golden-armored man couldn't help but exclaim. This kind of speed wasn't something that just anyone could use. One must have a very deep understanding of the Tao to be able to erupt with all the power of the Tao in an instant. However, Zhou Tong was still unmoved by the golden-armored man's words. He jumped back again, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of this space. Then, his movements were the same as before. He pulled the bowstring and pulled the bow. Bang! With another loud sound, the power of the tribulation fire divine bow suddenly erupted. A sharp flame arrow burst out in an instant, piercing straight towards the golden-armored man at the front. At the same time, Zhou Tong also tried his best to sense the arrow he had shot. After his first experience, his perception of the arrow was even stronger this time. He vaguely felt that he could slightly change the trajectory of the arrow. It's useless. The golden-armored man swung his hammer, wanting to break Zhou Tong's arrow. However, his hammer seemed to have deviated a little, and he didn't hit the arrow with the strongest power. Although the arrow still exploded, the golden-armored man couldn't help but stop. He was stunned on the spot as he looked at Zhou Tong in shock. The arrow's trajectory changed? You can actually change the trajectory of an arrow that has already been shot. Heart force? Although it was only a slight change in the angle, causing the arrow to avoid the strongest point of the hammer, it was still a change. The main reason why divine archers were so terrifying was because of bows and arrows. Their attack range and speed were too fast. Swords and sabers couldn't compare to bows and arrows in terms of distance and speed. Bows and arrows were the weapons with the strongest attack range and speed. It was also because the speed of the bow and arrow was too fast that the attack method of the bow and arrow was often straightforward. As long as one could see the direction of the arrow, they could predict where the arrow would land. Therefore, many experts weren't very afraid of bows and arrows, because the attack method was too simple. However, there was one type of archer who was an exception, and that was an archer who had mastered heart force. The arrows shot by these archers were far superior to ordinary archers in both power and speed. Many experts were unable to dodge or block in time, even if they saw the archer knock an arrow. And the most fatal thing was that they could make some minor adjustments to the arrow after it was shot, and it was precisely this minor adjustment that made it impossible for many people to accurately determine where the arrow would land. In addition, archery and heart force were a perfect match. Among the many skills, archery was one of the skills that required the most concentration. When using a saber or a sword, it didn't matter if you were a little distracted. At most, the direction of the attack would be a little off. But what about using a bow? If one were to be distracted while using a bow, then the slightest mistake could lead to a huge mistake. It was precisely because of this level of concentration that archery was one of the best ways to train one's heart force. At the same time, heart force also made up for the greatest weakness of archery. It could be said that archery and heart force complemented each other and were a perfect match. Sharpshooter? Could it be that I want to see the birth of a sharpshooter with my own eyes? The golden-armored man felt incomparably absurd. He actually felt fear from this Violet Palace Rel Jr. Zhou Tong naturally didn't know about the changes in the golden-armored man's body. He was only quietly comprehending the mysteries of heart force. Heart force seems to be somewhat similar to spiritual will. It's just that it's on a deeper level, originating from the depths of the soul and guided by one's willpower. Through these arrows, Zhou Tong had some understanding of this world's most special heart force. However, his understanding was still insufficient. The foundation of heart force was actually very similar to spiritual will. Both were extensions of the mind, willpower, and soul. In fact, heart force and spiritual will had the same foundation. It was just that spiritual will focused on the soul, while heart force was more illusory and was an extension of the heart. Heart force, an extension of the heart. Zhou Tong savored it for a while before continuing to shoot. He wanted to take advantage of this moment of comprehension to continue improving his heart force. Twang, twang, twang. One arrow after another transformed into scarlet streaks of light, accompanied by blazing flames as they tore through the air. And at the same time, Jotong's heart force also tore through the air. He was using his heart force to control the flying arrows. For a moment, the golden armored men were in an increasingly sorry state. At the start, they were still able to approach Jotong and surround him. But as time passed, Jotong's arrows grew more powerful and faster. Moreover, there were more and more transformations, making it difficult to predict. Heart force. So this is heart force. The more he drew the bow, the more focused he became. Jotong's understanding of this world's heart force grew, and his perception grew clearer. At this moment, the Tao heart and willpower he had nurtured in the various worlds were rapidly transforming into the heart force of this world. His heart force was growing at an unimaginable speed. In just 15 minutes, Jotong felt that his heart force was strong enough to change many things. The formless energy seemed to have become tangible. If this rate of growth of heart force were to be revealed, the countless archers of the three realms would probably be scared to death. According to the original work, the first level of heart force requires the arrow to fly 10,000 li without the heart force dissipating. However, my current strength is limited and my arrows can't fly that far. I can't use the original work's method to test it. With the current strength of my divine body, if I don't use the star-plucking hand, it's impossible to kill those golden armored men. However, heart force can make the impossible possible. Jotong's heart stirred. He once again aimed at a golden armored man, pulled the bowstring, and drew the bow. Twang! With a flash of scarlet light, an arrow pierced through the air, arriving in front of one of the golden armored men. How can it be so fast? The golden armored man was greatly alarmed. This arrow was far faster than the previous ones. He hurriedly brandished his hammer to block it. Rumble! With a loud sound, the hammer in the golden armored man's hand was instantly pierced through. Immediately afterwards, a flaming arrow pierced through the golden armored man's forehead, and with a burst of flames, the golden armored man exploded. Of the 9 golden armored men, there was finally a casualty. The other 8 all stared blankly at Jotong, their faces filled with shock. In just a quarter of an hour, he had actually made such terrifying progress. It was simply unheard of. The golden armored men were all dumbfounded from a beating. However, Jotong didn't care about what they were thinking. He was immersed in the mysteries of heart force and continued to draw the bow. Twang, twang, twang. 8 arrows in a row, and 8 flaming dragon-like arrows instantly pierced through the remaining 8 golden armored men. The remaining flames burned their bodies. This trial had come to an end. What a terrifying fellow. There's no mistaking it. That's definitely the heart force master once spoke of. I didn't think that this little fellow who was only born a month ago would have such a strong talent for heart force. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Master say that heart force can only be comprehended after experiencing enough things? The giant yellow bear had been watching Jotong's heart force progress the entire time. No one was more shocked than him. In addition, it was precisely because he had heard Taoist Three Lies mention heart force that he was so shocked. Generally speaking, cultivators would have to experience some unforeseen events in order to comprehend heart force. But he comprehended heart force through nothing. This was a bit too monstrous. Chapter 1189. After successfully passing the 4th level of the War God Temple, Jotong emerged once more. He didn't do anything else, continuing to immerse himself in his own meditations. He could sense that his heart force hadn't reached its peak yet, and that it could still continue to grow. Jotong hadn't truly used up all the resources he had accumulated in the other worlds. His Tao heart and will were still being converted into the heart force of this world. Only someone like Jotong, who had been an expert to begin with, would be able to quickly convert his insights, Tao heart, and will into the energy of this world. Others simply wouldn't be able to reach this level of power. Which other heart force cultivator hadn't tempered their will through countless events, allowing their heart force to slowly grow. Perhaps they had tempered their minds through battle, or perhaps they had experienced a series of unforeseen events, such as love and hate, before overcoming these tribulations and allowing their heart force to grow. But Zhou Tong only needed to understand what the heart force of this world was, and he would be able to quickly convert it into the corresponding energy. This was because he had experienced all sorts of battles and all sorts of tempering long ago. It could even be said that the cultivation of heart force was far more suited to the current Zhou Tong than the fiend god body refining path or the key refining path. This was because heart force was intangible and ephemeral. As long as one had enough insights, as long as one's soul was powerful enough, even an ordinary person who was isolated from the elemental energy of the world would be able to rapidly grow. Zhou Tong closed his eyes, the heart force in his body constantly growing. After the Tao heart he had tempered in the other worlds had been absorbed into this world, his heart force had grown increasingly powerful. Finally, his heart force had been silently raised to a limit. Only at this moment did he open his eyes once more. A feeling of control over the heavens and the earth welled up in his heart. If I'm not mistaken, the level of insight I just gained should be the third level of heart force, the ruler level. Zhou Tong carefully sensed the changes in his body, at the same time comparing it to some of the levels in the original work. The first level of heart force was known as the initiate level. The most direct manifestation of this was that heart force would follow an arrow as it pierced through the air without dissipating. Upon reaching this level, one could be considered to have reached the first level of heart force. The next level of heart force was known as the ice heart level. The ice heart level didn't mean that one's heart would be completely sealed off from the outside world. Rather, it meant that a cultivator's heart would be extremely powerful, transcendent yet deep and restrained, unshakable by external forces. The heart would be like an unmelted iceberg, unmoving despite the brilliance of the outside world. After reaching this second level of heart force, the essence of heart force would undergo a qualitative transformation. If the first level of heart force, the second level of heart force, the second level of heart force, the ice heart's success, the arrow, the second level would to make an arrow's arrow to shoot with unparalleled power. As for the third level of heart force, it was called ruler. If the ice heart realm was about maintaining one's Tao heart, then the ruler realm was a realm of transcendence. And this is to be in, that's but a reef. No matter how external forces battered it, it wouldn't budge. The heart force of a sovereign is indeed very powerful. Zhou Tong slowly raised his hand, his heart force enveloping his palm. Rumble. In an instant, an indescribable oppressive feeling was released from his palm. It had an incomparably powerful pressure, and it was as if he was lifting a mountain with his palm. After reaching the third level of heart force, the essence of heart force had undergone a qualitative transformation. But soon after, Zhou Tong dispersed the heart force in his palm, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. The third level of heart force. After reaching the sovereign realm, the difference between heart force and divine sense is enormous. They're practically different things. Heart force is practically the physical manifestation of the Tao. Zhou Tong carefully thought back to the transformation of heart force, and a hint of understanding gradually emerged in his mind. He could already sense the difference between the path of heart force and the path of chi refinement and body refinement. This path was more idealistic. It could be said that the size of the heart was the size of the world. This sentence sounded simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. The growth of heart force wasn't about looking at other people's insights and gaining the same insights. It was a path of idealism, a path of solipsism. When comprehending the Tao, one could look at the notes of predecessors and walk a similar path. But the path of heart force was completely different. People with different personalities, even if their experiences were the same, would never be able to comprehend the same realm of heart force. Empathy was something that didn't exist on the path of heart force. The sovereign realm's heart force can be considered to have reached its current limit. Zhou Tong sighed. With his foundation, he could have reached an even higher level, but he was stuck at a bottleneck. That was the fourth level of heart force, mortal dust. Mortal dust was the realization of one's own weakness and insignificance, and then a yearning to become stronger would be born. This state of mind in the shrouded heaven world was a speck of dust can fill the sea, a blade of grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. When Zhou Tong had cultivated the grass symbol sword art, he had experienced this state of mind. Logically speaking, with this state of mind, it should have been very simple to advance. But heart force was different. What it required was that after reaching the sovereign realm, he would still be able to comprehend such a thing. When one was young, when one was weak, who didn't have the ambition to raise their heart to the sky. If this was all, if one could cultivate to the fourth level of heart force with only a single state of mind, it would be far too simple. The fourth level of heart force required one to have such ambition after reaching the sovereign realm. But if one were to ask the world, which sovereign would sincerely admit that they were nothing more than a speck of dust fluttering in the wind? Who would admit that they were nothing more than a blade of grass on the side of the road? Zhou Tong was naturally no exception. In fact, his difficulty at this bottleneck was even greater than others. This was because he was an expert to begin with. He had the heart of an expert that surpassed countless others. To transform this heart of an expert into a mortal dust wasn't an ordinary difficulty. It was countless times more difficult than the countless people of this world. Is it even possible for the current me to transform my heart into a mortal dust? Zhou Tong asked himself. It would be difficult for him to reach such a state. This was because his original body had the true fate of a quasi-immortal emperor. After seeing the power of a quasi-immortal emperor, what kind of power could make him feel like a speck of dust? Chapter 1190. What happened to you just now? You looked a bit scary. Seeing Zhou Tong return to normal, the giant yellow bear and the old black bull simultaneously came over. When the giant yellow bear saw Zhou Tong's eyes, he was both stunned and horrified. Just now, in that instant, Zhou Tong had given him the feeling that he was similar to Daoist's 3 lives. It's nothing. I just gained some insights, that's all. Zhou Tong didn't say anything else. Just now, you gained insights and a heart force, and you improved so quickly. That sort of heart force is at least at the second stage of the ice heart level. You really might become a peerless divine archer of the 3 realms after the great divinity Hui. The giant yellow bear said, I'm still very far away from that level. Right now, I just want a soul-gathering formation, an earth-ranked soul-gathering formation. Zhou Tong looked at the giant yellow bear as he spoke. Don't worry. The soul-gathering formation you want has been prepared for you long ago. The giant yellow bear waved his hand, and instantly, 12 formation flags appeared in front of Zhou Tong. These 12 formation flags, when inserted into the water nodes of Serpentwing Lake, can further gather the elemental energy of the world within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. This formation, when used in conjunction with the mortal-ranked soul-gathering formation, can even form an elemental or mine on the island at the center of Serpentwing Lake. The giant yellow bear gave Zhou Tong a general explanation of how to use the 12 formation flags. Zhou Tong nodded, then took the formation flags and went to set up the formation. In just half a day, the 12 formation flags had been completely set up within the waters of Serpentwing Lake. These formation flags quickly combined with the formation discs that Zhou Tong had buried on the island, causing the soul-gathering effect to improve even further. Whoosh! As the dual soul-gathering formations were set up, the air above Serpentwing Lake began to be filled with strands of mist. This mist was completely different from the water vapor from before. It contained a dense amount of elemental energy. The monsters of Serpentwing Lake were naturally the first to sense the changes in their environment. The elemental energy of the world has become a bit denser, and the changes are continuing. Did his lordship set up some sort of formation here? Serpentwing's heart was filled with endless reverence towards Zhou Tong. He felt as though the area around Serpentwing Lake was about to become a brand new paradise. At this moment, Zhou Tong had returned to the wooden house on the island. He gazed at the pond in the house. At this moment, there were many tiny droplets of water condensing within the pool. These were all liquefied elemental essences of heaven and earth. Liquefied elemental essence. The rate at which liquefied elemental essence is being produced is more than 100 times faster than before. In a day, I can produce about 2 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. In a year, I can produce about 300 kilograms. Zhou Tong looked at the liquefied elemental essence, mentally calculating. The speed is barely passable. It can't be compared to the formations of those big sects. Zhou Tong shook his head. Some large sects had spirit-gathering arrays that could condense at least 100 times more liquid essence than Zhou Tong's Earth-rank spirit-gathering array. In the original Ji Ning's Black-White College, even the lowest-level disciples were given 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence every year. From this, one could imagine how much liquefied elemental essence they produced. In the future, I'll spend some time here in secluded meditation. Zhou Tong still decided to go into secluded meditation for a period of time, so as to properly digest the things he had learned. His fiend god body refining technique was still at least at the early Zifu stage. The Qiming's diagram of the 9 heavens still required him to train in the 8th and 9th stages. As for his key refining technique, he was even weaker. He was still only at the Xiantian level. Not only that, he still had many things he needed to deal with, such as the items left behind by those who had failed in the underwater estate. Zhou Tong had found the 9 scrolls on formations amongst them. This was something that Zhou Tong needed to spend a great deal of time meditating on. He had far too many good things on hand, but he needed time to consolidate them and improve them. Time passed, one day at a time. During this period of time, Zhou Tong didn't directly use the liquefied elemental essence to make rapid breakthroughs. Instead, every time he took a small step forward, he would carefully savor the mysteries of each stage and carefully temper the ki in his body. What he truly needed wasn't just the Omega Tao of this world, but also the training system of this world. Thus, he needed to spend a great deal of time researching and polishing it. Within the immortal estate, the giant yellow bear and the old black bull had been watching Zhou Tong for 2 or 3 months and had finally let go of the worries in their hearts. So he actually has a good idea of what he's doing. If he continues to train like this, his foundation will be very solid. The giant yellow bear couldn't help but sigh in praise after seeing Zhou Tong's training method. As for the key refining technique, he trains in the most supreme of techniques, the Book of Immortal Immolation. But even so, he isn't the slightest bit arrogant, relying on his high level of cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Instead, he trains step by step, stabilizing his level of cultivation and solidifying his foundation. The old black bull couldn't help but nod his enormous bull head. Previously, when I saw that I'm number 1 in the world aura, I thought that he would be greedy and advance rashly. I didn't expect him to be so cautious. This is a good thing. The giant yellow bear continued. He doesn't really look down on others. Rather, he's confident. Some people would say the same thing out of confidence. Some people would say it out of arrogance. And some people would say it out of pure flattery. The most important difference between arrogance and confidence wasn't in what they said, but in how they did it. Knowing and doing as one, and advancing one step at a time, that was confidence, a symbol of steadfastness. Looking down on this and looking down on that, and taking shortcuts, that was arrogance, a symbol of stupidity. It's confidence. Even if he refines the ki in his body every day, his training speed will still far surpass that of other chosen. Such talent, such confidence, and such caution towards the path of cultivation. It has to be said that he is a natural-born cultivator. In terms of temperament, Immortal Juhua is far inferior to him. The old black bull nodded as well. Such a stunning performance had already impressed the old black bull, and he didn't even hesitate to slander Immortal Juhua, who had refined him. Although the giant yellow bear didn't say it out loud, in his heart, he had already acknowledged it. Zhou Tong's talent and Dao heart both surpassed that of Taoist three-lives. Most likely, only the legendary Nuwa could compare to him. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, Zhou Tong's training was very regular. Every day, he would spend 4 hours to train in the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens, and the divine power of Qi Ming in his body grew increasingly profound. At the same time, he would spend the same amount of time to train in the immortal burning book or to refine the Qi in his body. But apart from training in these two foundational techniques, he spent most of his time in a very unorganized manner. When he was bored, he would train in the sword. When he was in the mood, he would wield his saber and dance wildly. Occasionally, when he saw the waves of the lake or the mist drifting about, he would feel inspired and create some fist techniques, sword techniques, and so on. Occasionally, when he encountered some difficult problem, he would return to the Star Palace in the Immortal Estate and search for an answer from the traces of the Grand Tao left behind by Taoist Three Lives. During this year, he didn't do anything in a fixed manner. Instead, he did it according to his mood, and when his mood was over, he would disperse. He paid particular attention to the natural flow of the Tao. However, although he didn't deliberately improve, the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens had reached the 9th layer of perfection, and his Qi refining realm had reached the Xiantian great perfection, which was enough for him to establish a Zifu. Chapter 1191. It's been a year, and I've pretty much figured out the Qi refinement Tao. It's about time to start breaking through. Let's do it in one go. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged next to the pool in his small room. The pool was already filled with over 1,000 kilograms of liquefied essence. This faint green essence, which contained an endless amount of life force, was the accumulation of the past year. According to the formation Zhou Tong had set up here, a year should have only produced about 300 kilograms of liquefied essence. But in the past year, Zhou Tong had thoroughly researched the Tao formations and had improved the spirit gathering formation here long ago. It had more than doubled the scope of the spirit gathering formation, and its efficiency of producing liquefied essence had increased threefold. Only then had he accumulated over 1,000 kilograms. Let's start breaking through. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and slowly adjusted the true essence in his dantian. Crash! Golden red, true essence surged like a blazing sea of fire. Zhou Tong mobilized it and gathered it madly. This was the fire attribute, true essence, cultivated from the book of immortal immolation. This technique was one of the top Qi refinement techniques in the three realms. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, the true essence cultivated from it far surpassed that of other techniques. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, a stream of liquefied essence filled with life force entered his body. Rumble! In a split second, the liquefied essence in his dantian was immediately assimilated by the true essence cultivated from the book of immortal immolation. Then, it rapidly merged with his original true essence. His true essence, which was already at the limit of the Xiantian realm, once again received such enormous support and reached its limit. All of his true essence began to crazily compress, and a terrifying pressure appeared in his dantian. Now, his dantian was like a ball of extremely compressed flame. It was incomparably hot and on the verge of exploding. Again, Zhou Tong opened his mouth again and inhaled, once again refining several kilograms of liquefied essence. His Xiantian true essence, which had already reached its limit, once again reached its limit, and then exploded with a boom. Rumble! It was as if Pangu had split the heavens and the earth. His dantian, which had long since reached its limit, suddenly exploded. At this moment, Zhou Tong, who was sitting cross-legged beside the pool, began to burn with a large amount of flames. The flames seemed to come from his pores and skin. This feeling, Zhou Tong seemed to be touched. His whole mind fell into an inexplicable state. The creation of any cultivation method contained a corresponding Tao. Every breakthrough was a trigger to the Tao, which could naturally lead the cultivator to have a comprehension of the corresponding Tao of the cultivation method. Of course, this was only guidance. Whether one could truly fall into the state of Tao comprehension depended on the cultivator himself. The immortal burning book that Zhou Tong cultivated was created by the first golden crow that was born on the sun star after the creation of the heavens and earth. The true essence cultivated by this cultivation method was scorching hot, and the yang energy soared to the heavens. It corresponded to the Tao of pure yang and the Tao of fire. Currently, Zhou Tong was in a state of enlightenment. It was a completely new understanding of the Tao of fire. He quietly sat here for 7 days. Finally, he slowly came out of the state of enlightenment. So that's how it is. The Tao of fire is getting stronger and stronger. I guess my Tao of fire is very close to the so-called heavenly Tao of fire. Zhou Tong was neither sad nor happy. In fact, he didn't know how strong his understanding of the Tao had become in the past year. This was because he himself had been cultivating according to his heart all these years. He didn't deliberately cultivate any particular Tao. However, the comprehension he gained at this moment allowed him to realize that he was already very close to the heavenly Tao in the Tao of fire. But now, the purple palace has been formed. Zhou Tong looked inside his dantian. The original location of the dantian had turned into a boundless void world, and the void was filled with an endless amount of purple qi. This was a place that existed between the void and reality, and this was the so-called purple palace. Every cultivator's purple palace was basically the same, but as to how far one could train in it, that would depend on one's own fate. The mysteries of the Zifu Palace. I've long since completely comprehended them in the past year. I don't have much time to waste. Let's continue to break through. This time, Zhou Tong was preparing to break through to the Wanxiang level in one go. This was because during this year, he had already settled down sufficiently. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to do all this in a year. But Zhou Tong was different. Suck. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and sucked. Instantly, a large amount of liquefied elemental essence flew out of the pool and was swallowed by him. The liquefied elemental essence entered his body, instantly transforming into an enormous amount of elemental energy that charged directly into his purple palace. Crash! Within his purple palace, there had originally been a golden red lake that had been lying there peacefully. But soon, as an enormous amount of elemental energy entered, the entire lake began to boil and rapidly expand. The blazing lake continued to boil like magma, expanding the width and depth of the lake. Rumble! A massive sound rang out. In the air above the golden red lake, at the very center of the entire purple palace, a golden red pearl suddenly appeared. It was like a sun, constantly emitting light and heat. This light and heat was quickly absorbed by the lake below, transforming into brand new elemental energy. This was the source of elemental energy formed by training in the Book of Immortal Immolation. The middle Zifu stage. Continue. Zhou Tong didn't stop, continuing to absorb and refine the liquefied elemental essence. Rumble. After reaching the middle Zifu stage, the elemental energy within Zhou Tong's body was many times more powerful than before. Naturally, the speed at which he absorbed and refined the liquefied elemental essence was many times more powerful than before. After being transformed, the light and heat emitted from the sun in the center of his purple palace became even purer and more vast. In just a short period of time, the golden red lake within his purple palace expanded once more. Its depth, width, and purity were all far greater than before. The late stage of the Zifu stage. Continue. Zhou Tong still didn't stop. The Zifu stage was actually a process of accumulation. So long as a cultivator's comprehension of the Tao reached a certain level and had sufficient resources, they would be able to break through in one go. Thus, Zhou Tong wasn't prepared to spend too much time on this stage. The liquefied elemental essence that Zhou Tong had accumulated in this year was for this purpose. Rumble. The lake of elemental energy within his purple palace was still boiling, and even raging waves had been set off. Especially the sun in the center of his purple palace its temperature was even higher than before. Naturally, the elemental energy that Zhou Tong produced from refining the liquefied elemental essence was even purer. Rumble. 2 hours later, along with another tremor in the space of his purple palace, the originally vast lake of elemental energy transformed once more, and the purity and quantity of the elemental energy soared once more. This is the peak stage of the Zifu stage. Zhou Tong looked within himself. He saw that the elemental energy accumulated within his purple palace had already reached the peak in terms of quality. He was only lacking quantity from breaking through to a higher level. Chapter 1192. After reaching the peak Zifu stage, Zhou Tong looked at the pool in front of him. He said to himself, "From the peak Xiantian level to the peak Zifu level, I used up a total of 100 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. The remaining 900 kilograms should be just enough for me to just barely break through to the Wanxiang level." At the peak of the Zifu stage, in essence, one could break through to the Wanxiang level. However, this level of the Wanxiang level was the most trashy level. In the future, one would have no chance of becoming a celestial immortal. The Wanxiang stage was a very special stage. At this stage, one would be able to manifest Dharma idols, and Dharma idols were one of the most important offensive techniques used by Wanxiang adepts. Generally speaking, there were 3 levels of Dharma idols at the All Creations level. The first level was the Starlight Dharma idols, which would cause countless dazzling stars to appear. The second level was when both the moon and the starlight would appear at the same time, and one would be able to unleash a giant hand of moonlight, which was far more powerful than starlight. The third level was the pinnacle of Dharma idols, which would cause the sun, the moon, and the stars to appear at the same time. This Dharma idol could manifest billions of stars, bright moons, and blazing suns at the same time. Only a Dharma idol of this level would be able to nurture a Dharma idol at the peak of the Wanxiang realm. The moon rabbit appears in the bright moon. Golden crow appears in the blazing sun. The appearance of a Yu rabbit and the golden crow meant that his foundation had been perfected. Only then would he have the foundation to become a celestial immortal. If he hadn't reached this step, becoming a celestial immortal would have been nothing more than a pipe dream. As for how this top-notch Dharma idol was formed, naturally, he had to rely on his Violet Palace Lake, which had been constantly accumulating and expanding during the Violet Palace realm. The Purple Palace Lake was the foundation of everything. The deeper and wider the lake was, the more shocking the Dharma idol it formed. The Immortal Immolation Manual that I train in is definitely one of the most supreme techniques of the 3 realms. Even if I reach the peak of the Zifu level, my Zifu lake will continue to expand. The remaining liquefied elemental essence should be barely enough. Zhou Tong looked at the remaining liquefied elemental essence and made some mental calculations. According to the records in the Book of Immortal Immolation, after reaching the peak of the Zifu stage, after absorbing and refining 400 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, one will be able to form the Dharma idol of the sun and moon. After absorbing 1,500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, one will be able to form the Dharma idol of the sun, moon, and stars. And that's not the limit. One can continue to absorb 1,500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Zhou Tong murmured to himself. After reaching the peak of the Zifu disciple level, the amount of liquefied elemental essence that one could absorb to reach the limit was a measure of how good or bad a technique was. Of course, not everyone could reach the theoretical limit of a cultivation technique. There were some people with extraordinary talent who could surpass their limits, but there were many stupid people who could never reach their limits no matter how hard they tried. My liquefied elemental essence will just barely allow me to train to the Wanxiang level. It won't allow me to break through my limits. I'll wait for a few more days. Once I've improved this spirit-gathering formation once more and upgraded it to the heaven-ranked, I'll be able to break through. Zhou Tong muttered to himself and stopped cultivating. Instead, he began to deduce the formation. The giant yellow bear and the old black bull, who were in the immortal abode, let out a sigh of relief when they saw this. The old black bull said, "I thought he was going to charge into the Wanxiang realm in one go, but in the end he stabilized himself. Otherwise, charging from the peak Xiantian level to the Wanxiang level in a single day would be a bit too astonishing. This kid is very ambitious. He naturally wants to wait until he reaches the peak of the Violet Palace realm before breaking through. Now that he doesn't have enough liquefied elemental essence, he definitely won't break through just like that. Now that he's deducing the array formation, he definitely wants to improve further." The giant yellow bear sighed in amazement. "Only, I didn't expect that his current formation would have such astonishing power, right? I've read that 9 scrolls on formations as well. Although it was a formation manual left behind by a loose immortal, I feel as though his research into formations has already surpassed the contents of the 9 scrolls on formations." The old black bull sighed in amazement as well. He combined the mortal-ranked formation discs with the earth-ranked formation flags, then supplemented it with other formations. By now, this formation is close to a heaven-ranked formation. After Zhou Tong had reached the peak of the Zifu level, he had successfully upgraded the formation to the heaven-ranked level. The formation's rate of refining liquefied elemental essence had instantly doubled, and every day, at least 10 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence would be produced. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. 3,000 kilograms. I should be able to begin my breakthrough. Zhou Tong immediately sat down in the lotus position, continuing to refine the liquefied elemental essence. His Zifu lake constantly expanded, and expanded. His Zifu lake constantly invaded the void within his Zifu region, growing larger and larger. At the same time, his Zifu lake grew increasingly stable. After refining 4,500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, Zhou Tong discovered that he still hadn't reached his limit. "So, I really haven't reached my limit. Given my insights into the Tao of Fire, I've already surpassed the limits of this technique." Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it, continuing to refine the liquefied elemental essence. To surpass the limits of a technique, at least 2 things had to be accomplished. First, one had to have an extremely powerful body, causing his Zifu lake to be innately incomparably powerful. In this aspect, Fiend God Body Refiners had an enormous advantage. The more powerful a Fiend God Body Refiner was, the more powerful he would be. Second, one had to have an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of the technique. The deeper one's understanding was, the more solid one's foundation would be. But after surpassing the limits of this technique, Zhou Tong's refining speed began to slow down, and so did the expansion of his Zifu lake. The void within his Zifu lake grew increasingly sluggish, as though it was preventing the expansion of his Zifu lake. Rumble. Finally, after Zhou Tong had completely refined the 6,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, his Zifu lake was no longer able to expand, and the space within his Zifu lake had solidified to its limits. All of this caused Zhou Tong to understand that he had already reached the limits of the Zifu realm. His Zifu lake had reached the limits of great perfection, yet he'd consumed a total of 6,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. From this, one could see how superior his technique was, as well as how powerful his innate talent was. "I can begin to break through to the Wanxiang realm." Zhou Tong immediately began to cultivate according to the Wanxiang realm techniques recorded in the Book of Immortal Immolation. He was already incomparably familiar with this technique, so he naturally didn't need to spend too much time meditating on it. He could directly cultivate it. At the same time, his Zifu lake began to tremble and began to transform. He's finally about to break through to the Wanxiang realm. He's not even 2 years old yet. Within the immortal estate, the old bull sighed. 6,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence is his limit. He's already surpassed the limits recorded in the Book of Immortal Immolation. Although during this period of time, we've seen him constantly break the existing records, so we've already anticipated this. But when we actually see it for ourselves, we still can't help but sigh in amazement. The giant yellow bear spoke up as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the second scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. He's only been able to reach the peak of the Zifu realm and can't advance any further. After breaking through this time, he should be able to go out for a walk. The giant yellow bear concluded. Neither the giant yellow bear nor the old black bull suspected what level Zhou Tong's Dharma idol was at. 6,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence was already proof that his Dharma idol was definitely at the very top. Other techniques might require 400 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence to reach the peak of the Dharma idol level. 6,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence was unimaginable to others. Chapter 1193. At this moment, within Zhou Tong's Zifu, the Zifu lake was vast and boundless. Compared to the Zifu lakes of other people, Zhou Tong's Zifu lake could be called an ocean. Whether it was in depth, breadth, or even purity, it far surpassed other people's. And at this moment, as Zhou Tong began to circulate his technique to break through, the sea level of the entire Zifu sea began to boil and drop at an extremely fast rate. And in the depths of the Zifu sea, an enormous amount of elemental key essence was madly condensing, and one enormous star after another began to slowly solidify within the sea. Rumble! The Zifu sea, whose sea level had dropped by quite a bit, suddenly began to ripple. One enormous star after another emerged from the sea level, breaking through the surface of the sea and constantly flying towards the skies. The densely packed stars emitted brilliant starlight, and in the end, they all floated in the boundless skies. In this instant, the Zifu sea seemed to suddenly become much more real. The numerous stars were like the stars in the night sky, and beneath the stars was a vast and boundless sea. This was the first phenomenon that all practitioners who broke through to the Wanxiang realm would have, the stars in the sky. But Zhou Tong's transformation didn't stop there. Splash! The sea level of the Zifu sea continued to drop, and the rate at which it dropped was even faster than the speed at which the stars were condensing. Within the sea, an even more astonishing and enormous star was condensing. Finally, after an unknown period of time, an incomparably enormous star finally leapt out of the sea. Unlike the stars from before, this star was incomparably enormous, and it emitted a gentle light. It completely illuminated the entire night sky, and the entire Zifu sea was ostentatiously covered in a silvery white color. In this instant, it became the most dazzling thing within the Zifu sea. This was the second phenomenon that only a small number of practitioners with robust foundations who had broken through to the Wanxiang realm could have, the bright moon rising from the sea. In this instant, within Zhou Tong's Zifu sea, a bright moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of shapes. This bright moon caused the entire Zifu sea to be dyed into a starry sky map. Splash! However, at this moment, the level of his Violet Palace sea was still dropping, and was dropping even faster. The size and depth of the Violet Palace sea determined the phenomenon of the Wanxiang realm. Normally, when a relatively talented cultivator reached this step, their Violet Palace sea would be almost completely depleted. However, Zhou Tong's Violet Palace sea was incomparably vigorous. After being depleted for such a long time, it was barely close to 20% of his Violet Palace sea. At this moment, the Violet Kingdom's sea was still boiling, and an equally enormous star was still condensing in the depths of the sea. Before this star had even appeared, it had already begun to emit an extremely astonishing radiance. Even the entire Zifu sea was illuminated by the dazzling golden white radiance. Boom! At this time, the huge star finally began to float up, finally breaking through the surface of the Zifu sea and leaping out. At this moment, it was as if the blazing sun had risen from the horizon. Heaven and earth were scorching hot, and the energy of the purest yang filled the entire Zifu. At this moment, the purple palace space changed from night to day. The sun rose high in the sky and began to fly to the same height as the moon. This was the phenomenon that only the most talented cultivators would have after advancing to the Wanxiang realm. Rising sun, the stars in the sky, the moon rising from the sea, and the sun rising from the east. When these three phenomena were completely manifested, this was the perfect moment to break through to the Wanxiang realm. Buzz! The sun flew to the depths of the sky and was surrounded by thousands of stars. And it just so happened to be opposite of the moon that had been born before. One yin and one yang, one soft and one hard. The entire Zifu sea was enveloped in the radiance of the sun and moon. Condense. Zhou Tong's mind moved. Splash. The entire Zifu sea continued to crazily drop. This time, the drop was even faster and fiercer than when the sun, moon, and stars were being born. At the same time, mysterious specks of light also floated up from the Zifu Sea. These specks of light broke through the water and flew towards the sky. Moreover, as the Zifu Sea continued to drop, more and more specks of light flew out. In the end, it was as if they had become thousands of stars and were even more dazzling than the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. And these specks of light quickly flew into the sky, towards the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, and merged into them. After absorbing these specks of light, the sun, moon, and stars rapidly grew larger and transformed. Only when the Zifu Sea was left with the last 10% did all these changes finally stop. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky had also more than doubled in size, almost tripled in size. The Wanxiang realm, I've succeeded. Zhou Tong was slightly delighted, but his mind didn't relax because of this. This was because this breakthrough to the Wanxiang realm was only a catalyst. He still had more important things to do. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly observing the changes in the sun, moon, and stars in his Zifu Sea. He had even arranged for the third realm of Heart Force. Under Zhou Tong's observation, the stars in the sky above his Zifu Sea began to slowly rotate. At the beginning, it was very slow and very difficult, but it quickly became natural. The stars in the sky all began to revolve around the two supreme stars, the sun and the moon. The entire process was spontaneous, and Zhou Tong didn't interfere in the slightest. Moreover, he could sense that it was because the stars in his body had formed a connection with the real stars in the outside world, which was why they began to revolve like this. This was an important way to understand the orbit of the stars in this world from a small perspective. At the same time, it was also an excellent opportunity to carefully observe the movements of the sun and moon. Zhou Tong corresponded this method of circulation with the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens that he cultivated. He vaguely understood the crux of the next layer of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. He understood that this body-refining technique was a path that led to a higher realm. Zhou Tong had already obtained the 5 elements diagram from Taoist 3 Lives. Previously, when he was comprehending the 5 elements diagram, he had a general understanding of the body-refining techniques of this world. At that time, he had vaguely grasped the crux of the 10th layer of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. After a year and a half of comprehension and research, coupled with his observation of the sun, moon, and stars, the originally vague technique had gradually become clearer. This was a rehearsal. Zhou Tong's goal was to create a brand new divine body that was compatible with his identity as a phoenix and a brand new body-refining technique. Now, he could try to complete the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens as a rehearsal for creating a new technique in the future. In any case, even if his deduction was wrong, he would be able to correct it once he obtained the correct technique of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. As Zhou Tong continued to comprehend, the divine sun pattern and the divine sun pattern on his body began to slowly glow. The glow grew brighter and brighter as he comprehended the 10th layer of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. The aura of the divine sun and the divine sun slowly seeped out of Zhou Tong's body at the same time. Chapter 1194. The Divine Sun Pattern and Divine Sun Pattern on Zhou Tong's body lit up, incomparably dazzling. This unforeseen event instantly attracted the attention of the big yellow bear and the old black bull in the immortal mansion. They looked at the yin and yang energy on Zhou Tong's body in shock. This is Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens advanced. The big yellow bear cried out in surprise. How is this possible? He clearly doesn't have the second volume of Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. The old black bull was shocked. The first volume of Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens contained 9 layers. Hotian 3 stages, Xiantian 3 stages, and Zifu 3 stages. The second volume of Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens also contained 9 layers. Wanxiang 3 stages, Primordial Soul 3 stages, and Void 3 stages. He didn't dare to believe it. For the past 1.5 years, Zhou Tong had always stayed here and hadn't gone anywhere. How could he have obtained the second volume of Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens? Without the second volume, it was reasonable to say that there shouldn't have been such signs of a breakthrough. There's only one reason for him to be able to break through without the second volume of Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. He created the 10th layer of Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens himself. When the big yellow bear said this, he didn't dare to believe it himself. This was because it was too unreal. That was the strongest fiend god body tempering technique in the 3 realms. A layer had been completed by a small Wanxiang realm cultivator. How many Daozu had failed to do it? How could such a small cultivator have done it? He really completed the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. The old black bull couldn't help but think of what Zhou Tong had said when he had asked the big yellow bear for Taoist Three-Lives body tempering technique. At that time, he had said that he wanted to upgrade Taoist Three-Lives diagram of the 5 elements to a level that wasn't inferior to Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. Previously, she had thought that he was arrogant and bragging, but now it seemed that he was not bragging. Was he really prepared to do this? Don't be too optimistic. Even if he completes the Qi Ming's nine heavens diagram, it might not be correct. If an accident happens, he might have to start all over again. The yellow bear was not blindly optimistic. Instead, he was very cautious. At that moment, in the small wooden house, whoosh whoosh, Zhou Tong's divine moon pattern and divine sun pattern became brighter and brighter. In the later stage, they even directly crossed the boundless space and connected with the 2 supreme stars in the incomparably distant depths of the void, the sun star and the moon star. The moment they connected, the grand sun star and the grand moon star also sent down a stream of grand sun primordial fire and grand moon primordial water. They also traversed through countless spaces and arrived next to Zhou Tong. The advancement of the Qi Ming's nine heavens diagram was like that. Every advancement of a major realm required the assistance of the 2 supreme stars, the grand sun star and the grand moon star. Only then could the divine body undergo a metamorphosis and become stronger and stronger. At that moment, water and fire descended. Zhou Tong once again transformed into his phoenix body and bathed in the grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water. He further absorbed the power of the grand sun star and the grand moon star to undergo a metamorphosis. The grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water have appeared. Even if there is a mistake in the Qi Ming's nine heavens diagram that he completed himself, there is no problem with the general direction. When the yellow bear saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. There was no mistake in the general direction. If there were only a few small mistakes, then after he obtained the correct technique in the future, these small mistakes could be fixed. The old black bull at the side also heaved a sigh of relief. The nervousness in his heart dissipated by more than half. The Qi Ming's nine heavens diagram is indeed the number 1 god-fiend body tempering technique in the 3 realms. Every breakthrough has the assistance of the grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water. This divine body will definitely be able to control the grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water in the future. Starting from manifestation realm, cultivators could nurture various kinds of natural powers in their bodies. They could nurture the cold, the earth fire, the wind, and many other things. After nurturing these natural powers, their powers were extremely shocking. After nurturing the earth fire and the cold, they could be upgraded to the heavenly fire and heavenly water. After that, they could become the grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water. Normally, only heavenly immortals and gods could control the grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water. Furthermore, this was only a theoretical possibility. However, the cultivators of the Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram would definitely be able to control the grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water once they cultivated to the god realm. It's almost done. Suddenly, the giant yellow bear choked. At this moment, Zhou Tong, who was wrapped in water and fire, had already transformed back into his human form. The extremely dense water and fire around him had also become much thinner. The grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water had already been completely refined and absorbed by Zhou Tong, transforming them into resources for the transformation of his divine body. Finally, after the water and fire had completely dissipated, Zhou Tong's body was completely revealed. It was a perfect fiend god body. Although it still looked very young, it was filled with a sense of power. This was the divine body of someone who had cultivated the Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram to the manifestation realm. I've broken through. Zhou Tong continued to sit down cross-legged, carefully examining his divine body. The divine power in his body was vigorous, surging like a great river. The Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram was a number 1 fiend god body refining technique of the three realms. Previously, when his Zifu had reached the stage of great perfection, his divine body was already comparable to the early Wanxiang stage of cultivators who trained in other body refining techniques. But now, after breaking through, his divine body was comparable to the late Wanxiang stage of ordinary body refining cultivators. There are still some flaws. Zhou Tong carefully examined it for a moment, then immediately discovered a few flaws in the technique he had created. But it doesn't matter. These flaws can only be slowly fixed in the future as I train. Indeed, any technique needs to be personally tested in order to discover its flaws. I just don't know if there are any other flaws after patching up these few flaws. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Discovering flaws and fixing them was the fastest way to improve. However, I now understand the flaws of the Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram technique. As Zhou Tong carefully examined his divine body, he also looked at the starry sky within his Zifu region. The Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram drew out the fire and water energy of the solar star and the lunar star to temper the body. Using fire and water, yin and yang, these opposing forces to temper the body, one would naturally be able to obtain the most powerful divine body. But this technique had some flaws. The difficulty of training in it and the difficulty of advancing in it was too high, and the chances of advancing in it were too low. There is a sun and a moon, but no stars. If I use the Wanxiang realm's starry sky diagram as a guide, then the Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram only has a sun and a moon, but no stars. Between yin and yang, between fire and water, it lacks a lubricant and a catalyst. Thus, in terms of difficulty in advancing in cultivation, it is a huge flaw. In addition, if I can fix the stars, I can definitely make this technique correspond to the Wanxiang realm's starry sky diagram and increase the speed of training. In fact, with the addition of the power of the stars, my divine body will become even more powerful. Zhou Tong vaguely found a way to further optimize the Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram in his heart. However, I don't have time to think about these things for now. It's time to leave this place and find the authentic Qi Ming's Nine Heavens diagram, Zhou Tong said softly as he opened his eyes. Chapter 1195. After making his breakthrough, the first thing Zhou Tong did was return to his immortal estate. After breaking through to the Wanxiang level, he had one more chance to acquire a treasure from the treasure hall. This time, he didn't take any magic treasures. Instead, he chose an item that contained the quintessence of the 5 elements. These were 5 soul pearls, known as the 5 element soul pearls. They were born from a treasured land that contained all 5 elements. This treasure was completely capable of allowing Zhou Tong to train his star-seizing hand to the second cycle. The estate which Taoist Three Lies had left behind naturally contained the treasures needed to train in the star-seizing hand. Although he might not be able to reach the 6th cycle, he would still be able to reach the 4th or 5th cycle. In the original work, Jining had always taken his magic treasures from the treasure hall, but Zhou Tong didn't need that many magic treasures. In the past year and a half, he had challenged the War God Hall twice. At that time, he had already acquired a saber and a sword, 2 supreme Earth-ranked magic treasures. Next, you should go find the 2nd scroll of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong. The technique you completed yourself most likely has some hidden dangers. Go compare it with the original technique. That's what I was thinking. I'll head out in a few days. Zhou Tong nodded. But before that, I need to make some arrangements around Serpent Wing Lake. I'll come back in the future. I hope that the next time you come back, you'll have enough power to bind the estate and bring it with you. The giant yellow bear said. Zhou Tong quickly left the cave abode and returned to the side of the small wooden hut where he cultivated. The small wooden house was no longer there. When he had broken through to the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens, the solar star and the lunar star had sent down solar true fire and lunar true water, which had completely destroyed the wooden house. At this moment, the only thing that remained of the wooden house was the pool of liquefied elemental essence. Because the pool was protected by a formation, nothing much had happened to it. Zhou Tong made some arrangements here, setting up some trapping formations, killing formations, and defensive formations. Only then did he leave the island. Outside the island, Zhou Tong was a little surprised. The area around Serpent Wing Lake had originally been a desolate wilderness with nothing to show for it. But now, this place was very lively, and a small market had even appeared by the side of the lake. So they are from a Ji clan. Zhou Tong swept out with his divine sense, instantly recognizing these people. He now knew the reason. Serpent Wing Lake could be considered as a treasure trove. Truth be told, there were many natural treasures within the Great Lake. However, the Great Yao, Serpent Wing, had always occupied the lake. Thus, no one had any ideas about this place. Even if there was someone more powerful than Serpent Wing, as long as Serpent Wing hid in the lake, no one would be able to find him. After all, the surrounding cultivators were all low-level cultivators, and none of them possessed something like spiritual sense. But a year and a half ago, Zhou Tong had told each one that the dire monster, Serpent Wing, had already been subdued by him. Naturally, the Ji clan knew that this place was now safe. In addition, Zhou Tong had constantly set down formations, causing the area around Serpent Wing Lake to become virtually a paradise. Naturally, this had attracted the attention of the Ji clan, who knew what was going on. HRM. Each one brought Jining here to train as well. Jining had a bit of destiny with this place. Unfortunately, that destiny has been severed by me. However, it was correct for them to come here to train. The techniques they train in are all water-type techniques. Naturally, it is better for them to train next to the lake. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's divine sense discovered several familiar faces. He shook his head, then walked out, heading directly towards each one. Each one lived up to his reputation as a high-level member of the Ji clan. Even though this was a newly established market, the place he lived in was the largest estate with the best environment. In addition, there were many soldiers standing guard here. Zhou Tong willed it, and instantly, a faint white fog appeared around him. The fog refracted light, causing him to appear invisible. This was a minor Tao of the Tao of water, the Tao of clouds. During the past year, Zhou Tong had often observed the misty clouds above Serpent Wing Lake, which he had gained insights into. In addition, this faint white fog wouldn't arouse any suspicion, because the area around Serpent Wing Lake was always covered in misty rain. Who is it? Just as Zhou Tong entered the estate and walked towards Yichuan and Jining's training area, Ichuan suddenly turned his head, staring at the white fog floating towards him. He opened his mouth and let out an explosive shout. You were actually able to discover this technique of mine? Zhou Tong dispersed the fog around him and appeared in front of Ichuan. He was rather surprised as well. Although he had just casually concealed himself, he hadn't expected that Ichuan would discover it. I just feel that this fog is rather strange. Ichuan, upon seeing Zhou Tong, was first startled, but then he laughed. It's been over a year since we last met. Why have you suddenly come to my place? Ichuan asked. I just came to inform you that I am preparing to leave this place for a period of time. Zhou Tong said. Leave? You are going on a long journey? Where are you going? Has our Ji clan wronged you in any way? Ichuan immediately asked. Zhou Tong shook his head. Don't worry too much. I'm leaving purely for the sake of finding the second scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. The first scroll you gave me has been completed long ago. The ninth level of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens? So fast. Ichuan stared, tongue-tied. This level of power was enough to dominate the entire Ji clan. I promised you 3 things. I've completed one of the visualization techniques. There are 2 other things. If there's anything you want me to do, I can help you out right now. After I leave this place, I don't know when I'll be able to return. Zhou Tong looked at Ichuan. This matter. Ichuan frowned. He truly didn't want to use up the remaining 2 things too early. At least, he wanted to wait until the Ji clan was in danger. In particular, after learning of Zhou Tong's terrifying training speed, he didn't want to give up just like that. But then again, if he didn't use it now, by the time he wanted to use it, he wouldn't be able to find anyone. That would truly be a waste. What I care about is nothing more than the Ji clan and my son's future. Ichuan paused for a moment, then finally spoke out. At the same time, he looked towards a nearby Ji Ning. At this moment, Ji Ning turned to look at his father, Ji Ning, as well as Ji Ning. If that's the case, then it's simple. As Zhou Tong spoke, he casually tossed a talisman to Ichuan. In the center of Serpent Wing Lake, there is an island. In the past year, I've often set down formations on the island. By now, only primal Taoists can break through the formations on the island. This talisman is used to control the formations on the island. I'll give this place to your Ji clan. As for your son, Ji Ning, Zhou Tong swept them with his gaze, then looked towards the nearby Ji Ning. If you don't mind, then you can take me on as your master. Zhou Tong's voice was very calm. This was just a choice he was giving to Ji Ning. If Ji Ning was willing to take him on as his master, then Zhou Tong's share of the fortune and techniques he had acquired from taking over the underwater estate would be given to him. If Ji Ning wasn't willing, then forget about it. Zhou Tong would just give him a few divine abilities. Your disciple greets you, master. Ji Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately taking him on as his master. Chapter 1196. So decisive? Aren't you going to consider it? You train in a water-type technique, while I train in a fire-type technique. Are you sure you can learn what you want from me? Seeing Ji Ning's attitude, Zhou Tong was somewhat surprised. Ji Ning wasn't some young child. He was an adult who had retained the memories of his previous life, and had his own mature values. If he couldn't see the benefits on the surface, how could he accept someone as his master? Especially when his master was someone who was much younger than him and had a mature mind. No matter what, he shouldn't have been so decisive. Master, you also train in the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. This technique controls fire and water. Even if we walk different paths as key refiners, you are qualified to be my master in body refining. Ji Ning had already begun to call him master, and while speaking, he had already knelt down to accept him as his master. Fine. Since you have already made up your mind, then before you leave, I will teach you some of my true abilities. Zhou Tong laughed and then tapped Ji Ning's forehead with his finger. Instantly, a diagram appeared in Ji Ning's mind. It was an incomparably enormous palm, covering the skies and emitting a terrifying aura. This was the first cycle of the star-seizing hand. The nearby Ichuan was stupefied, because this sort of technique of tapping the forehead with a finger was something only the legendary experts were capable of. At the very least, they had to be at the primal divinity or void level. Can it be that he has already reached the primal divinity or void level? Are fiend gods born at the Sciention level really that powerful? He isn't even 2 years old yet. The more Ichuan thought about it, the more stunned he felt. This sort of technique was truly astonishing. The basics of this divine ability can only be learned after you reach the Zifu level as a fiend god body refiner. As for the rest, I will teach it to you when we meet in the future. By the way, let me tell you this. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to use this divine ability. Zhou Tong added a few more words, then floated away. Divine ability. The nearby Ichuan was secretly stunned. The Ji clan had existed for so long, but they hadn't acquired a single divine ability. From this, one could imagine how powerful divine abilities were. Looks like I guessed right. He really did obtain some kind of opportunity. I didn't expect him to have a divine ability. Ichuan thought to himself. The reason why Ji Ning had accepted him as his master so easily was actually related to Ji Ichuan. Ji Ning had long since told him about Zhou Tong's matters and conjectures. That was why Ji Ning was willing to accept him as his master. However, Zhou Tong didn't know what happened after that. He moved far away from Serpent Wing Lake, then headed straight towards Stillwater City. Zhou Tong was currently in a world of the three realms known as the Grand Xia. Back then, when the Great Xia dynasty unified the world was divided into 3,600 prefectures and 800 dukes. Serpent Wing Lake, as well as the Ji clan's territory, belonged to Stillwater Commandery and was the fief of the Marquis of Stillwater. Zhou Tong had been in this world for quite some time now. Naturally, he had some understanding of this region. He flew by himself through the wind, and in just a few short days, he drew close to the heart of Stillwater Commandery, Stillwater City. From afar, he could see that on the vast, endless earth, there was an enormous city so vast that he couldn't see the end of it. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Zhou Tong could still sense the mysterious and unpredictable fluctuations coming from the huge city. It was as if there was an endless amount of energy behind it. Clearly, these were ripples of power from the formations within the city. Just by looking at this enormous city, one could sense a sense of pressure. A mere city of the world of the Grand Xia. Although it is large, it is far from being comparable to the truly enormous cities of the shrouded heavens world. Zhou Tong murmured to himself as he looked at it. Stillwater City was incomparably enormous, but Zhou Tong wasn't comparing it to an ordinary city. He was comparing it to the enormous cities of the shrouded heavens world's ancient astral path. Compared to the other enormous cities, Stillwater City was clearly much smaller than the city in front of him. I finally arrived. Stillwater City. Zhou Tong immediately hurried towards the enormous city. Zhou Tong was heading towards the east gate of Stillwater City, because the territory of the Ji clan was located to the east of Stillwater City. The gates of this city alone were 3,000 meters wide and 300 meters tall. It was incomparably majestic. Your caravan has a total of 208 people. Pay a fee of 200 kilograms of thunder gold to enter the city. Just as they drew close to the city gates, Zhou Tong heard the distant shouts of the city guards. The target of the shouts was an awe-inspiring caravan made up entirely of sentient life forms. The leader of the caravan, after paying the thunder gold, received 200 black-covered books and entered the city. Thunder gold was a very special type of metal. Its entire body flashed with an azure metallic luster, and its density was far greater than that of gold. Even a fingernail-sized piece of thunder gold weighed at least a kilogram. But of course, to sentient life forms, thunder gold wasn't that valuable. Soon, it was Zhou Tong's turn. An armored soldier immediately called out to Zhou Tong, "A kilogram of thunder gold to enter the city." Zhou Tong casually picked up a piece of thunder gold and handed it over. Although he didn't interact much with the outside world, he had discovered a large amount of wealth within the interspatial rings of those who had failed the trials in the past. At the very least, he wouldn't be lacking in thunder gold. After accepting the thunder gold, The soldier immediately handed Zhou Tong a black-covered book. Things like city entrance fees really do exist everywhere. Zhou Tong chuckled, then entered the city. As he entered the city, he opened the black-covered book in his hands and began to flip through it. This book was named Stillwater City, and it introduced the entire Stillwater City. Stillwater City was 9,321 kilometers long and 8,910 kilometers wide. It was primarily divided into 5 sections. The East section, the West section, the South section, the North section, and the centermost section, the Marquisate of Stillwater. The Marquisate of Stillwater was the heart of the entire Stillwater City. The estate was at least 400 kilometers long and wide, and was absolutely forbidden. Anyone who dared to trespass would be sentenced to death. As for the East section, the South section, and the North section of Stillwater City, killing was forbidden, and so they were the safest places to live. These were the most peaceful places in the entire city, as well as the most peaceful places. Many loose cultivators would gather here and quietly train. In fact, there were even some old fellows who didn't care much about the affairs of the world who lived here in seclusion. But of course, there were also many wealthy merchants who liked this sort of safe place. As for the western part of Stillwater City, that was the most bustling area in the entire city. That place was basically the base for the various major clans, sects, and schools. Only the main streets of that place were forbidden from killing, but the bases of the various sects did not prohibit killing. Many people who came to Stillwater City, wanting to become apprenticed to a master, would go to the headquarters of the major sections. Zhou Tong carefully read through the contents of this book. The book described many things about Stillwater City, and it also contained a map of the city. Chapter 1197. Stillwater City. West of the city. A high-class restaurant. Zhou Tong was quietly seated at a table by the window, holding several books in his hands. He picked up the wine cup by his side, draining it in one gulp, and then turned the wine cup to the next page of the book in his hands. As he flipped to the next page, the image of a divine sword that towered into the heavens appeared on the page. This was a divine sword whose sword aura towered into the heavens. Just by looking at this sword, one would feel as though one would be sliced apart by it. This was the symbol of a school recorded in this book. The Sky Splitter Sword Sect, one of the top 3 super sects of Stillwater Commandery. They currently have 3 immortals, dozens of primal Taoists, and more than 10,000 Zifu disciples. This school is founded on the sword and is skilled in sword arts. It has been 80 million years since the Sky Splitter ancestor founded the school. Reading the introduction within the book, Zhou Tong nodded slightly. The books by his side naturally introduced the various schools and powers of Stillwater Commandery. These books were specially prepared for those who came to take on a master. You could go to any of the larger stores in the west of the city and easily buy these books. Although when he had entered the city, the soldiers at the gates had given him a black book, the contents of that book were simply too simple. In addition, most of it was just an introduction to the rules and geography of Stillwater City. It was far from what Zhou Tong wanted to know, and so he had no choice but to spend his own money to buy the basic introductions. The Sky Splitter Sword Sect has been around for 80 million years. Who knows how many sects and clans of the Shrouded Heavens world in this period of time alone? Zhou Tong sighed in praise. These 2 worlds truly weren't the same. In the Shrouded Heavens world, all of the cultivators fought for longevity, but in this world, it was simply too easy to live forever. In addition, in terms of stability, this world far surpassed the Shrouded Heavens world. However, it was clear that there was something different about it. The Shrouded Heavens world's greatest advantage was precisely this sort of competition where the strong preyed on the weak. It was precisely because the competition was so fierce that the major powers weren't stable. In this world, however, virtually all of the major powers have been monopolized by the major powers. It was virtually impossible for unaffiliated cultivators to make a name for themselves. So this is the black-white college that Jean Ning entered in the original novel? The most powerful school of Stillwater Commandery, which once gave birth to a celestial immortal? Zhou Tong carefully read through some of the introductions within the book. Although the Sky Splitter Sword sect claimed to have 3 immortals, their so-called immortals were nothing more than void-level Earth immortals. At most, they were loose immortals who had failed their celestial tribulation. They were far from comparable to the celestial immortals of the Black-White College, who had undergone the celestial tribulation. A single celestial immortal was enough to determine that the Black-White College was one of the most supreme schools of Stillwater Commandery. Although the celestial immortals of the Black-White College had perished countless years ago, the foundation of the celestial immortals still wasn't something that other schools could compare with. Heaven immortals who had transcended their heavenly tribulations, and earthly immortals and itinerant immortals who had not transcended their heavenly tribulations were 2 completely different worlds. The Black-White College, its roots are quite deep, and it does indeed have the second scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. However, how can a place like this compare to the Rain Dragon Guard of the Grand Xia dynasty? Zhou Tong skimmed through the scroll, then made up his mind. The Rain Dragon Guard was the most powerful military force of the Grand Xia dynasty. It was an army completely composed of immortal cultivators, and one had to be at least at the Wanxiang level in order to join it. In addition, the Rain Dragon Guard was directly subordinate to the Grand Xia dynasty and had an extremely special status. The entire Stillwater Commandery had many powers and countless schools, but the 2 truly ranked at the top were the Marquis of Stillwater and the Rain Dragon Guard. The Marquis of Stillwater was the master of Stillwater Commandery. As a landowner, he naturally had a very deep foundation. The Rain Dragon Guard, however, was directly subordinate to the center of the Grand Xia dynasty. Not only did it have many experts, it also had the entire Grand Xia dynasty behind it. Perhaps the Rain Dragon Guard and Stillwater Commandery didn't have as many resources as the Marquis of Stillwater, but in terms of the foundation behind it, there was no comparison at all. After all, behind the Rain Dragon Guard was the Grand Xia dynasty. After joining the Rain Dragon Guard, you won't have as much freedom. Thus, many immortal cultivators would rather join a school than join the Rain Dragon Guard. In addition, for many immortal cultivators, if they join a school, they'll have a master to guide them, making it easier for them to train. But after joining the Rain Dragon Guard, they won't have a master to guide them. They'll have to rely on themselves. But it's easier to train in a public school. The Rain Dragon Guard definitely has many resources and divine abilities that you can't buy in the outside world. Zhou Tong said softly. Others might need the guidance of a master, but Zhou Tong didn't. To put it bluntly, in terms of understanding the Tao, who in the entire Stillwater Commandery was qualified to be his master. Moreover, Zhou Tong himself was already a manifestation realm cultivator. Those sects basically only accepted Violet Palace realm cultivators as their disciples, because cultivators in that realm had the greatest potential to be molded. Otherwise, if you were already at the Wanxiang level and your path towards the Tao was more or less set, what would be the point of teaching you? In fact, if a Wanxiang level cultivator joined a school, they wouldn't be valued at all, much less be able to learn anything from the school. In terms of techniques, divine abilities, and the like, which school could compare to the Rain Dragon Guard, which was a direct subordinate of the Grand Xia dynasty? The Rain Dragon Guard just so happened to be the place where someone like Zhou Tong, who had extremely high self-learning abilities and didn't need the guidance of a master, should go. The other schools were far inferior to them. The Rain Dragon Guard should be the place with the greatest number of books. These books will be able to greatly broaden my horizons and allow me to gain a more complete and direct understanding of the training system of this world. Zhou Tong closed the book. He had already decided to join the Rain Dragon Guard. In the next few days, Zhou Tong continued to wander about Stillwater Commandery City. He took a quick stroll, took a look at the customs of this world, and also went to many shops and shopping malls to broaden his horizons and see many different things. And then he left Stillwater Commandery City, heading towards the Crimson Dragon Mountains outside the city. The Crimson Dragon Mountains was the branch of the Rain Dragon Guard in Stillwater Commandery. This mountain range rose and fell in a continuous chain, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was shaped like a dragon, and the entire mountain range was covered with a layer of crimson red. From afar, it looked like a crimson fiery dragon was quietly lying within the clouds. That's the Crimson Dragon Mountains. Zhou Tong could see the mountain range from afar, and he could sense the terrifying aura emanating from it. There had to be countless formations and restrictive spells set up within it. The dragon head of the Crimson Dragon Mountains was the reception area for this branch of the Rain Dragon Guard. Zhou Tong rode the wind and descended from the skies. Right at this moment, two Zifu disciples dressed in crimson red armor walked over. Their eyes were cold as they rebuked. "Who goes there? Why do you come to our Crimson Dragon Mountains?" Zhou Tong glanced at the crimson-armored cultivators as well. He said to himself, "The rumors don't live up to their reputation. There are actually cultivators below the Wanxiang level here. They must have entered through the back door." However, Zhou Tong didn't say anything. He just said calmly, "I've come to join the Rain Dragon Guard." "Oh, if that's the case, then follow me." Chapter 1198. The Zifu disciple led Zhou Tong into the guest-welcoming peak. Along the way, he could see many cultivators dressed in crimson armor training here. As they walked, the Zifu disciple continued to warn him, "Remember, there are many people who wish to join our Rain Dragon Guard. However, before you join, you're not a true Rain Dragon Guard. You must obediently follow the rules here. Remember, first of all, you are not a Rain Dragon Guard, so you are forbidden from engaging in battle within the Crimson Dragon Mountains. If you violate this rule, you will be killed without mercy. Second of all, in the entire Crimson Dragon Mountains, you can only stay within the guest-welcoming peak. Once you enter any other place, you will be killed without mercy. Third of all, you cannot break the restrictive spells here. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed." The man's words were filled with a murderous aura. However, Zhou Tong understood. The Rain Dragon Guard was the most powerful force in the entire Grand Xia. They dominated the Grand Xia, and very few people dared to make an enemy out of the Rain Dragon Guard. They were very confident, which was why they spoke in such a domineering manner. Soon, the man led Zhou Tong to the back mountains of the guest-welcoming peak. There were many rooms there, scattered everywhere. They appeared to be very disorderly, and one could tell at a glance that they had been carelessly built. The Zifu disciple leading the way said, "These rooms were all left behind by the people who wished to join the Rain Dragon Guard. You can choose an empty room to live in. Once there are enough people, you can go to the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains to take the trial." After speaking, the man quickly turned and left. Zhou Tong casually chose an empty stone room, then casually set down some restrictive spells, then began to meditate. The other cultivators in the surrounding rooms naturally knew that another person had come to participate in the Rain Dragon Guard trials. But of course, they didn't mind. Every 2 or 3 days, people would come here. As long as they didn't offend them, they wouldn't want to cause trouble. At this moment, within Zhou Tong's stone room, it seems there aren't many people here. There should still be a long period of time before the trials begin. It is time for me to begin training in the second cycle of the star-seizing hand. Zhou Tong said to himself. He had long ago reached the level required to train in the second cycle of the star-seizing hand. Only, previously, he had been constantly traveling or gathering information, and so he hadn't been able to rest. But now, he finally had time to train. With a casual grab, the 5-element spirit pearl appeared in his palm. Then he opened his hands and absorbed the essence of the 5 elements contained within the 5-element spirit pearl. When Zhou Tong executed the technique of the star-plucking hand, numerous divine star-plucking runes appeared on his palms. At this moment, as Zhou Tong activated the technique, the divine rune emitted a brilliant light and began to rotate. A suction force was emitted from the divine rune, acting on the 5 elements spiritual pearl. Suddenly, strands of essence flew out from the 5 elements spirit pearl. White, green, black, red, and yellow. The essence of the 5 elements constantly flew out from the 5 element spirit pearl and merged into Zhou Tong's palms. The five elements essence contained in the five-element spiritual pearl was very strong. In the process of absorbing it, Zhou Tong felt waves of five elements fluctuation all over his body. Time passed little by little. The five elements essence continuously merged into Zhou Tong's palms. After a few days, the five elements spirit pearl in his palm suddenly cracked. Then, Zhou Tong opened his mouth and blew, scattering the dust in the air. The five elements essence dissipated, and the five elements spirit pearl also turned into ashes. The five elements essence is just enough. Zhou Tong absorbed enough essence and immediately activated the technique. Buzz! In an instant, his hands suddenly bloomed with brilliant five-colored light. His palms were no longer ordinary objects, but magic treasures with monstrous power. In particular, the intensity of this fluctuation even surpassed that of a heaven-class magic treasure and was infinitely close to that of an immortal-class magic treasure. This was the power of the star-plucking hand. It was only the second transformation, but it already had such terrifying divine power. In the end, the colorless light merged into Zhou Tong's palms. At the same time, the divine star plucking runes on his palms also had more detailed and complex patterns. This made the fluctuation emitted from his hands even more terrifying. The second transformation of the star-plucking hand is complete. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. He casually clenched his fists, and instantly, a burst of energy surged out from his palms. The simple formation he had set up in the stone room almost immediately collapsed. It really is one of the top 10 divine abilities of the three realms. My hands are comparable to immortal-class magic treasures. Zhou Tong murmured softly. Unfortunately, the star-plucking hand is still just the star-plucking hand. If I could temper my entire body to that level of power, then I would truly be formidable. But I want to perfect the five elements diagram. Perhaps I can start from there? Time passed, one day at a time. 2 months had passed since Zhou Tong had arrived here. Finally, one early morning, a thunderous voice boomed out, echoing within every single room. Everyone, it is time to go to the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. Zhou Tong emerged from his meditation, musing to himself, this level of power, this should be a void-level earth immortal, right? As he walked out, he discovered that there were other people walking out from the nearby rooms as well. Exactly 100 people. That's enough. Zhou Tong swept the room with his gaze, instantly understanding the number of people present. And then, he turned to look at the 3 people standing at the very front. The leader of these 3 was a middle-aged man with black hair and crimson eyes. He carried a divine sword on his back, and his entire body was radiating a murderous aura. When his gaze swept over everyone present, they all felt as though they were about to be hacked to death by a flurry of swords. Sword immortal. His power isn't bad, but unfortunately, his mastery of the Tao of the sword isn't even half as great as mine. He hasn't even mastered the power of the sword. If that scattered sword intent in his eyes can be gathered together, perhaps he'll be able to improve even further, Zhou Tong silently evaluated. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were still filled with a towering sword intent, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. However, his gaze paused momentarily on Zhou Tong. He could already sense that Zhou Tong wasn't as fearful of his sword-like gaze as the others were. This time, a genius has appeared. I wonder which school this disciple belongs to. If he isn't a member of a school, perhaps I can pull him in and train him well, the man mused to himself. In the face of his sword intent and gaze, Linley's expression didn't change at all. This sort of temperament alone surpassed that of countless others. He gave one last glance at Zhou Tong, then said coldly, "Your group of 100 has already been assembled. Now, it is time for you to head to the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains to participate in the trials." Everyone was silent, quietly listening to the man's explanation. The man continued, "You are not yet Rain Dragon Guards, and so you can only stay in this desolate place. If you truly become Rain Dragon Guards, you will naturally be able to enter the heart of the Crimson Dragon Mountains." As he spoke, The man pointed towards the nearby peaks of the Crimson Dragon Mountains. That is the place where true Rain Dragon guards should stay. Our Crimson Dragon Mountains are not a place to enjoy life. This place isn't as bustling as Stillwater City. It is only peaceful and dull. Generally speaking, cultivators will find an estate within the mountains and train in seclusion. Not counting the immortals who go out on missions, the Crimson Dragon Mountains alone have more than 20 immortals. In the future, if you join this place, if you are lucky, you might be able to receive the guidance of an immortal. As soon as these words came out, many people grew excited. The guidance of an immortal. This was a benefit which many major schools might not even be able to receive. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. Wasn't this just painting a pie in the sky? If someone with enough talent joined a major school in the outside world, they would definitely be able to receive the guidance of an immortal, and the guidance would be targeted specifically at that person. How could the guidance of an immortal of the Rain Dragon Guard compare to that? But then again, if your talent was low, the immortals of the Rain Dragon Guard wouldn't take a liking to you. Chapter 1199. Aside from the immortals of the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range, there are even occasionally celestial immortals who come from the imperial capital and preach the Tao to the Rain Dragon Guards near the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range. The sword-bearing middle-aged man swept them with his gaze, continuing to tempt them. So long as you enter the Rain Dragon Guard, all sorts of divine abilities and secret arts will be sent to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. It won't be impossible for you to go train in the headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard. But the prerequisite for all of this is that you must first become a Rain Dragon Guard. Zhou Tong stared at the surrounding cultivators, whose eyes were gradually filled with fervor. In his heart, he secretly shook his head. Their emotions were so easily stirred up by others. Their mental states weren't good. Right at this moment, the sword-bearing middle-aged man finally said, "Right now, all you need to do is report your power and where you came from. If you wish to join the Rain Dragon Guard, you must reach the lowest requirement for our selection, the Wanxiang stage. If you can't even reach this requirement, then you can F***CK off now." Rumble. As soon as the man finished speaking, a bronze mirror floated up into the air, hovering next to him. The middle-aged man casually pointed at a fat man closest to him. "The first one is you. Tell us where you came from and where you came from. If you dare lie, we will kill you without mercy." As he spoke, the bronze mirror shone towards him. The fat man immediately called out, "Thousand Rivers School. Late Wanxiang Adept. Ouyang Xian." The middle-aged man nodded, then shone the bronze mirror at another person. "Next, Sky Splitter Sword Sect. Early Wanxiang Adept. Ingdong Liu." One person after another began to report their names, where they came from, and how powerful they were. This bronze mirror is a recording magic artifact. It can record sounds and images, and at the same time, it contains a special type of power. Weaker people, upon being shown on by it, will unconsciously reveal their true power, and it can also give a rough estimate of their power. It could be considered a comprehensive magic treasure. Zhou Tong stood to one side, watching very carefully. He had already figured out the secrets of this bronze mirror. If he wanted to, he could easily make up a story to fool them. But of course, there was no need for him to do such a thing. "You." Finally, after more than half of the people had finished recording, the man shone the bronze mirror towards Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, born from the heavens and the Xiantian stage. Unbound, training both ki and body. Early Wanxiang Adept. Zhou Tong. Innate God? There's an innate God born by heaven and earth in this test. Immediately, the group of cultivators all looked at Zhou Tong. Although many of them came from the top sects and clans, they were still cautious in the face of such a favored child born by the heaven and earth. This was because none of the innate gods were weak. They had all grown up listening to the legends of the innate gods. Innate god demon. The middle-aged man with the sword on his back was also shocked. This identity was beyond his expectations. Subconsciously, he activated the bronze mirror, and the surface of the mirror blossomed with an unprecedented light. This light shone towards Zhou Tong, and immediately, more detailed information appeared before his eyes. Less than 2 years old? Was he really an innate god? Did he reforge his divine body and switch to the Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens? But he wasn't even 2 years old, yet he was able to reach the Wanxiang level as a key refiner. You really are the darling of heaven and earth. Your talent is extraordinary, and your luck is amazing. The middle-aged man nodded at Zhou Tong. Next, he continued to shine the bronze mirror towards the others. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Zhou Tong's mind. Your name is Zhou Tong. You are an innate god who has reforged your divine body. Unfortunately, you are just a loose cultivator who doesn't know how to unleash the power of your fiend god body. After you join the Rain Dragon Guard, you will know what to do. It seems you are planning to rope me in? Zhou Tong smiled slightly as he gestured towards the Sword Immortal. In his heart, he knew very well that as an innate fiend god and a loose cultivator, he had an extremely clean background. In addition, given the talent he had just displayed, if he didn't perish in the future, he would definitely become a powerful figure. Soon, everyone present had finished explaining their backgrounds, their power, and their names. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and instantly, 100 streaks of light flew out, coming to a halt in front of each person, transforming into a talisman. He continued, only after you bind this talisman will you be able to enter the heart of the Crimson Dragon Mountains. Only after entering the heart of the mountains will you be able to use the teleportation array to head to the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. If you don't bind the talisman, there is no way the Grand Protective Formation will allow you to enter. Everyone obeyed and bound the talisman. All of your spirit beasts are to remain here. You are not permitted to enter. The rest of you who have bound the talisman, come with me. A crimson cloud of fire suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man, and he led the group towards the heart of the Crimson Dragon Mountains. Soon, the group arrived before an enormous teleportation array. I trust that many of you know that the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains are one of the 3 major testing grounds for our Rain Dragon Guard branch of Stillwater Commandery. That place is more than 2 million kilometers away from here. If you don't use this sort of teleportation array, you won't be able to reach it in a short period of time. The man casually explained. The wild marshes of the Jail Mountains were one of the top 10 most dangerous places in Stillwater Commandery. There were many places where space was shattered, and some of the shattered spaces were even connected to other dimensions. There were many monsters lurking there, and even fiend gods. In fact, there were even some incomparably dangerous items left behind from the Great Fiend God War. But of course, danger also represented opportunity. Aside from all sorts of natural treasures, a place like this might even contain the legacies left behind by experts of the past. In fact, according to legends, there were even caverns left behind by fallen celestial immortals. For this test, all you need to do is survive in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains for 3 months, then bring back the head of a Wanxiang-level dire monster. You will have passed. The sword-bearing middle-aged man looked at everyone, then said calmly, Enough. Let's go. Everyone quickly entered the teleportation array. Instantly, the array lit up with a dazzling light. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, and then they appeared within the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. Spatial teleportation is rather similar to an immortal estate. Zhou Tong said to himself. They had appeared within a small, barren mountain. There was a small teleportation array here, and even further away, there was a vast, endless mountain range. All of you come out. There were 2 people standing guard outside the teleportation array, and they urged everyone to come out. Everyone immediately walked out from the teleportation array. Remember, this is the only safe place within the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. There are 4 things that you need to remember. First, in 3 months, you cannot return to this place. Otherwise, you'll have failed. Second, you must remember not to stay in the same place for too long. Otherwise, dire monsters might join forces to kill you. Third, be careful of shattering space. Fourth, This place is special. It is hard to tell north from south. You can only rely on the positioning of the stars. I've told you the 4 most important things. Go. I hope to see you again in 3 months. Chapter 1200. The Wild Marshes of the Jail Mountains. After the Rain Dragon Guard finished their explanation, the 100 examinees all scattered in different directions. Everyone was a stranger. Naturally, none of them were willing to stick together with others and let others take advantage of them. Zhou Tong continued to ride the wind, flying by himself through the skies. However, he had spread out his divine sense. Given the strength of Zhou Tong's divine sense, everything around him was clearly visible to his eyes. Even primal dire monsters wouldn't be able to discover his divine sense. Oh, there's a suitable primal dire monster over there. He knows how to find a good spot. This mountain is filled with spiritual energy. It's a good place. Zhou Tong's divine sense swept out, and he immediately turned to look at a large mountain 500 kilometers away. Although the standard of the examination was the head of a Wanxiang dire monster, to Zhou Tong, a Wanxiang dire monster wasn't a challenge at all. He decided to kill a primal dire monster. His left hand made a grabbing motion, and the tribulation fire Godbow appeared in his palm. In addition, there was an arrow at the fingertips of his right hand. This was a scarlet-red arrow. The head of the arrow looked like the head of a phoenix, and the tail feathers of the arrow seemed to be burning as well. Aside from the bow, the most important part of a bow and arrow was the arrow. Although Zhou Tong could use his divine power to form arrows, the tribulation fire Godbow itself could also condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen the arrows. However, in the end, this type of arrow couldn't compare to arrows which had been carefully crafted and prepared beforehand. When he had inherited Taoist Three-Live's immortal estate, he had long since acquired enough magic treasures from the countless failures. He had broken down these magic treasures and refined them into a batch of arrows. And now, he was holding a type of arrow which he had personally refined. The Phoenix Dance arrow. Zhou Tong had carved a series of runes onto the surface of the arrow. These runes connected together, forming a terrifying formation. Upon being pierced through by this type of arrow, the formation would brand itself into the body of the target, constantly condensing elemental energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into scorching flames that would burn the target. Let's give it a try. Let's see how powerful this batch of arrows I've refined is. Zhou Tong knocked an arrow, pointing it straight at a late-stage Wanxiang dire monster within the estate. Bang! As soon as the bowstring was released, the crimson-red Phoenix Dance arrow instantly transformed into a dazzling flowing light. Accompanied by a wave of clear phoenix cries, it carried monstrous flames as it fiercely shot explosively towards the depths of the mountain. At that moment, in a cave dwelling deep in the mountains, the Essence Soul Realm demon that was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a little uneasy. In that instant, he felt a fatal danger. His primordial spirit was also constantly throbbing, as if something was staring at him. What's going on? How many years has it been since I last felt something like this? The Essence Soul Realm demon frowned, feeling puzzled and perplexed. He also spread out his divine sense, but he didn't sense anything within 100 miles. There's nothing, but this sense of danger can't be wrong. For countless years, my sense of danger has never been wrong. Just because I haven't been discovered doesn't mean that I don't exist. Can it be that the Rain Dragon Guards of the Grand Xia have found me? A hint of terror appeared in the primal dire monster's heart. As a dire monster, how could he not know what the Grand Xia dynasty was capable of? How could he not know how powerful the Rain Dragon Guards were? In the past, it was precisely because he had devoured everyone in the town that the Grand Xia had placed on his wanted list. In the end, he had no other choice but to flee into the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. In the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains, there was no one who knew more than him how powerful and terrifying the Rain Dragon Guards were. Once the Rain Dragon Guards found him, he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape. If it really is the Rain Dragon Guards, I'm dead for sure. Flee, I have to flee. What's that fire? However, just as he was preparing to flee, the area within 100 kilometers of his divine sense suddenly changed. Not good. A master archer is attacking me. Instantly, the dire monster came to his senses. The source of the danger was a master archer. This master archer had drawn his bow and aimed at him from outside the range of his divine sense, which was why he had felt such a sense of danger. The arcane tortoise shield. In this moment of crisis, an enormous tortoise shell suddenly appeared in front of the dire monster. This tortoise shell transformed into a shield, blocking in front of him. At the same time, he poured his ki into the shield without regard for his own life. This mystic tortoise shield was his most powerful defensive magic treasure. Over the course of countless years, it had helped him overcome countless dangers. The mystic tortoise shield instantly collided with Zhou Tong's phoenix dance arrow, rumble. Terrifying flames, accompanied by an explosive sound, mixed with the cries of phoenixes, instantly filled the air. The flames soared into the heavens, sweeping out in every direction, wreaking havoc on the entire mountain peak. It was broad daylight. Atop an enormous mountain peak, blazing flames soared into the heavens. A terrifying wave of energy spread out in all directions. This scene was truly astonishing to the extreme. The entire mountain peak was rapidly collapsing and disintegrating under the scorching heat of the flames. An enormous mountain peak had actually collapsed in an instant. Countless fragments of stone transformed into a meteor shower that scattered in every direction. What's going on? That's the territory of the white elephant freak? Did he offend some sort of powerful enemy? What a terrifying flame. What exactly is that thing? Is there someone dealing with him? Countless dire monsters in a mountain range looked over in this direction, shocked by the soaring flames. At this moment, at the center of the explosion, the primordial soul realm dire monster was also on fire. He seemed to have suffered the most terrifying form of fire torture. His entire body was char black. In particular, the flames that shot out from his body made this dire monster look like a strange flamethrower. The mystic tortoise shield in his hand was cracked. The shield was full of cracks, and in the center of the cracks was a hole as thick as an arm. The mystic tortoise shield had already been pierced through by Zhou Tong's phoenix dance arrow. The most terrifying thing was that at the primordial soul realm dire monster's chest, a huge hole had appeared there. Endless flames seemed to be madly flowing into his body from that hole, and then shooting out from the cracks in his body. Without a doubt, this dire monster was already dead. His physical body had been roasted, and his primordial soul had also been burned to ashes by the flames. Boom! In the next moment, the corpse of the primordial soul realm dire monster collapsed to the ground, revealing its original form. It was a white elephant that was at least 1,000 feet tall. However, its body was now char black. So, it's a white elephant freak. Fortunately, its head is still intact. The head that will be submitted for this test will be yours. Zhou Tong transformed into a gust of wind, leaping 500 miles into the void. He quickly appeared beside the dire monster's corpse and directly chopped off its head. As for the dire monster's corpse, it had been completely burned by Zhou Tong's flames. It was just a piece of cooked meat and had no value. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to bring along. Chapter 1201. After Zhou Tong left, the nearby great demons who had been paying attention to the situation all breathed a sigh of relief. He's clearly just a manifestation realm god fiend, but he was able to kill a primordial soul realm great demon. The bow in his hand should be a supreme treasure. A great demon said to himself as he looked in the direction Zhou Tong had left. This person definitely has a supreme treasure on him. Otherwise, how could a mere manifestation realm cultivator launch a sneak attack outside the range of a primordial soul realm great demon's divine sense? As long as I find the right opportunity, these supreme treasures will be mine. When the time comes, I'll be able to advance further and enter deeper into the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. Another great demon thought to himself, There must be many fellow Taoists in the surroundings who want to kill this cultivator. I'll secretly follow behind him. With my aura concealment technique, it's unlikely that I'll be discovered. As long as I get the supreme treasure on him, I'll be able to enter that hidden spatial fragment and open that immortal abode. Zhou Tong's arrow was too powerful, so powerful that it caused these great demons' hearts to palpitate. However, Zhou Tong's own strength and realm were vastly different from what they had imagined. Therefore, many great demons were certain that Zhou Tong's attack this time was most likely due to external help. For a moment, many great demons' minds became active. If they killed this person and took his treasures, wouldn't their strength increase by another step? White Elephant died just like that. Fortunately, this guy chose White Elephant first and not me. Otherwise, I'd be finished. Some great demons were somewhat relieved. I can't stay here any longer. There will definitely be a series of battles. I'm the weakest, so I'll definitely die the quickest. I have to leave quickly. Some of the more cautious and weaker great demons had already made up their minds to flee. They had also guessed that many great demons would be preparing to attack this cultivator who had killed White Elephant. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Tong was still quietly walking alone in the forest after killing the White Elephant Great Demon. However, his mind was immersed in the arrow he had shot earlier. The reason why this arrow's power was so terrifying, aside from the fact that the Phoenix Dance arrow was a meticulously crafted arrow, was because this arrow was imbued with Zhou Tong's third realm sovereign realm heart force cultivation. Bolstered by his heart force cultivation, the arrow's speed and power had undergone a tremendous change. It was not difficult for him to kill a primordial dire monster with a single strike. Actually, there's still room for improvement. Zhou Tong repeatedly replayed every detail of the arrow in his mind. This arrow was imbued with his heart force. Naturally, Zhou Tong had a very deep understanding of every detail of the arrow that was shot out. He knew every change in the arrow's flight, the friction in the air, the blowing of the wind, and so on. He knew every vibration when the arrow pierced through the mystic tortoise shield. He knew every minute change when the arrow pierced through the white elephant's body. Speaking of which, my foundation in the Tao of archery is still lacking. It's not enough for me to rehearse and react to different environments. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. He knew where his current weakness lay. He had indeed trained in archery before, but he definitely could not compare to those cultivators who specialized in archery. For example, there were many famous master archers in the three realms who would definitely surpass him. Moreover, Zhou Tong had only trained in archery for a short period of time in this world. He had not experienced many actual archery battles. Next, I'll need a period of bitter training and actual combat. Zhou Tong had already decided to shift part of his focus to archery. Master archers had a very special status in the three realms. The three realms was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Zhou Tong knew that the 6 paths of reincarnation of the three realms had once been attacked by the Seamless Gate. The three realms appeared to be calm, but in reality, it was before the great chaos. Master archers, on the other hand, had the ability to change the course of a huge war. It was a very crucial ability. As long as one displayed the talent of a master archer, one would not have to worry about being groomed by those big powers, let alone the many problems in terms of resources. Therefore, becoming a master archer was the simplest and most direct path to becoming a master archer. This path was much faster than the Tao of Sword, Tao of Blade, and Tao of Fire. Moreover, Zhou Tong himself also had the Star-Seizing Hand. Apart from its attack, the most important characteristic of the Star-Seizing Hand was its great strength. Archery was a profession that could only be played by someone with great strength. With these innate conditions, it was definitely very suitable for him to roam the three realms as a master archer for a short period of time. My long-term goal is the eternal ultimate Tao of Fire. My short-term goal is to become a master archer of the three realms. The Tao of Fire does not conflict with being a master archer. Even in the future, a master archer can be a supplement to my Tao of Fire in battle. Zhou had already planned out his future path. However, at this moment, Zhou was slightly startled. He felt a divine sense sweep across his body. This divine sense belongs to an essence, soul realm, great demon. Zhou divine sense swept across and immediately noticed the 5 great demons who had quietly followed him. 5. It seems that my previous arrow did not deter the group of demons. A few more have come to die. Zhou sighed softly. Well, since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. As soon as his voice fell, Zhou grabbed with his left hand, and the tribulation fire divine bow instantly appeared in his palm. At the same time, 5 ordinary arrows appeared in his right hand. This time, he did not use any special arrows, but only ordinary arrows. He instantly drew the bow. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, there seemed to be 5 consecutive thunderclaps between heaven and earth. Accompanied by violent flames, 5 scarlet arrows instantly flew in the direction of the 5 great demons. Not good. Damn it, he found out. How'd he find out? The hearts of the 5 great demons who were hiding their auras and following behind beat violently. They could not understand how they had been discovered. However, when they noticed that Zhou had made his move, they had no time to react. The advantage of the bow and arrow was its speed. Zhou arrow was enough to kill an essence, soul, realm great demon from 500 miles away. These 5 great demons were less than 50 miles away from Zhou. At such a distance, there was no time for them to react at all. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, it was as if 5 mushroom clouds had ignited in the mountains. Scorching flames swept across the mountains, and the 5 essence soul realm great demons were shot at the same time. Chapter 1202. 5 consecutive explosions rang out as flames soared into the sky. The demons were terrified. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Zhou coldly walked into the raging flames that soared into the sky. As a phoenix, he was naturally not afraid of fire. Just like that, he walked straight into the center of the explosion. Soon, he saw a great demon lying on the ground on the verge of death. His physical body is on the verge of death, and his essence soul is heavily injured. Just as I expected, Zhou said indifferently. Without using any special arrows, the power of the arrows was naturally much lower. Moreover, Zhou did not want to directly kill this group of great demons. He still wanted to obtain some information about the desolate swamp of the Jail Mountains from them. As essence soul realm great demons that had lived here for countless years, Zhou believed that there should be some interesting things in their sea of consciousness. Zhou ignored the raging flames on the great demon's body and directly reached out to grab its head. His terrifying divine sense instantly sliced open the great demon's essence soul like a sharp blade. Zhou quietly watched the great demon's essence soul's memories. After a long while, he frowned. A chi refinement cultivation technique that can't even be cultivated to the void return realm? The trashiest god-fiend body tempering technique that can't even be cultivated to the manifestation realm? That's it. What's the use of having you? Zhou flipped his hand and completely finished off this great demon. I hope the second great demon can give me a surprise. Zhou flew out of the raging flames and rushed in the direction of the second ball of flames. As Zhou went back and forth between the balls of flames, the other great demons in the distance could not help but tremble. It was too terrifying. Just like that, he killed 5 essence, soul realm great demons in an instant. All of them were killed in an instant. This combat strength was not something a manifestation realm cultivator could possess. A bunch of idiots. I knew it. Cultivators who dare to be so arrogant in a place like this are not to be trifled with. One of the fleeing greater demon beasts turned his head and looked at the 5 balls of raging flames. He sneered and ran even faster. Luckily, I didn't go up. This guy's arrows are really fast. The other great demon also revealed a look of shock. He didn't dare to continue staying in this place. He also wanted to escape to a deeper place. It wasn't just the dire monsters. Even many of the distant Rain Dragon Guard examinees were staring at Zhou Tong in shock. What powerful energy fluctuations. Could there be a primordial soul stage great Yao fighting over there? In a battle at the Essence Soul Realm, even the slightest shockwave can take my life. I definitely can't go near that area. Those ripples, they're at least at the peak stage of the primal Taoist level. Even if my senior apprentice brother is a primal Taoist, he wouldn't be able to unleash an attack like this. There is definitely a peak stage primal dire monster battling over there. Many cultivators looked at the flames that soared into the sky in shock. Even though they knew that it was extremely likely that there would be some fortuitous encounter there, none of them dared to go over. This was because the cultivators who came to participate in the test were all in the manifestation realm. No matter how talented they were, they could only deal with early-stage primordial soul realm great demons at most. If they really encountered late-stage primordial soul realm great demons, they would definitely not be a match for them. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already searched the soul of the last great demon. The previous 4 great Yaos did not gain anything. The best among them was only a defensive-type magic skill. Such a magic skill was simply too trashy. At any rate, Zhou Tong would not be interested in it. As for the other gains, they were basically some low-level qi, refinement, and body-tempering cultivation techniques. As for the treasures on them, they were basically destroyed by Zhou Tong's arrow. Only the materials could be recycled and reused. This guy still has something in his head. He actually knows about a spatial fragment, and that there is an immortal mansion there. Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. I see. He's too weak to enter the immortal mansion. Zhou Tong carefully searched for anything related to the immortal mansion and dug out everything he knew from the great demon's head. The test lasts for 3 months. That's enough time for me to explore the immortal mansion. With a thought, Zhou Tong's aura instantly dropped infinitely. Then he immediately rushed to the immortal mansion quietly. The immortal mansion was located in a barren mountain range. Even if one used divine sense to search this place, it would be impossible to completely search for the location of the immortal mansion in a short time. That great demon had accidentally touched a special restriction and was teleported to the immortal mansion. According to the great demon's memory, that immortal mansion should have been left behind by a celestial immortal. However, the immortal mansion itself is broken and many of the restrictions have been disintegrated, so the danger is not great. But even so, that great demon in the primordial soul realm could not break the outermost restriction of the immortal mansion, Zhou Tong said in his heart. Zhou Tong knew very well why that great demon was secretly following him. His own attack power was not enough to break the restriction of the immortal mansion. Then, he happened to see Zhou Tong's arrow and mistakenly thought that the Tribulation Fire Divine Bow was a powerful treasure. He wanted to seize the treasure and break the restriction of the immortal mansion. I'm here. Soon, Zhou Tong came to the side of a huge lake. He immediately jumped into the water and could see a stone half buried in the mud of the lake. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone. Immediately, the stone shone faintly and the space distorted. Soon, a ripple-like spatial ripple appeared. I'm underwater. Even if I accidentally touch the restriction, the ripple-like spatial ripple and the water ripple perfectly overlapped. Without a bit of luck, I really can't find this place. Zhou Tong looked at the ripple and said in his heart, Swish! Then, he took a step and directly entered the ripple-like spatial ripple, completely disappearing into the lake. Then, the spatial ripple disappeared. The stone was still a stone, without any special features. At this place, as soon as Zhou Tong entered the spatial ripple, he immediately showed a trace of comfort. The wild marshes of the Jail Mountains were a lush, verdant mountain range. The place where he had entered the spatial ripple was a lake, but upon entering this region, There wasn't a hint of water vapor in the air at all. Instead, it was filled with heat. As far as the eye could see, one mountain range after another could be seen. However, the mountain peaks were desolate, with not a single blade of grass growing on them. The ground was a desert as well. Even the air itself was beginning to twist and distort due to the heat. As a phoenix, Zhou Tong instinctively liked this sort of hot, blazing environment. In the past, both Serpentwing Lake and the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains had been moist environments. Naturally, it wasn't as comfortable as this place. A blazing aura. This is a volcanic region. Zhou Tong looked towards the central volcano in the middle of the mountains. Based on what the dire monster had said, this cave estate was most likely left behind by a celestial immortal, and it was located within that volcano. He immediately hurried towards the central volcano. Chapter 1203. This was the largest volcano in the spatial fragment. The volcano was enormous, and the crater of the volcano was like a huge magma lake. It was hundreds of miles wide. In the middle of the magma lake, there was a huge palace floating quietly on the magma. The hot magma hit the walls of the palace, but it remained undamaged. Zhou Tong stood on top of the volcano and looked down. He could clearly see that the palace was in ruins. There were several places in the palace where traces of magma seeped into the palace. It was not as undamaged as it seemed. This palace is indeed severely damaged. Even if I didn't come, it would probably only be able to last for about 10,000 years. Zhou Tong sized up the palace, then leaped down and flew directly to the palace's main entrance. On the door, rays of light lit up one after another. If one looked carefully, they were divine runes. Zhou Tong opened the heavenly eye between his eyebrows and used his strongest divine sense to carefully observe the patterns and layout of the divine runes. At the same time, he compared the array formation here with the content of the 9 scrolls of array formations that he had comprehended. Suddenly, he understood many things that he did not know before. His 9 scrolls of array formations was only an array formation inheritance left behind by a loose immortal who had failed to pass the tribulation. Naturally, it cannot be compared to the array formation set up by a celestial immortal. After looking at the array formation on the door and comparing it with the 9 scrolls of array formations, Zhou Tong's understanding of the Tao of array formations had reached a new level. He had surpassed the scope of the 9 scrolls of array formations and entered a whole new world. That's about it. Zhou Tong did not use force to break the restriction. Instead, he used his true essence to carve out patterns in the void. Finally, these patterns were branded on the door. Creak! With a soft sound, the door slowly opened, revealing the world behind the door. It was a huge square. The ground was paved with white jade, and the entire square was quite holy and bright. Seeing such a square, Zhou Tong was stunned. The inside of the palace was completely different from the dangerous and hot aura outside. It was as if it was another world. That's not right. Those sculptures? Suddenly, Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed as he looked around the plaza. There were 13 huge statues around the plaza. Boom! Suddenly, the 13 massive statues began burning. Bathed in flames, the statues seemingly came to life. Finally, the flames converged to reveal 13 10 tall giants. These 13 giants had strange appearances. They all had a pair of huge bull horns on their heads, and a vertical eye between their eyebrows that was emitting a crimson glow. Every giant's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Puppet. All of them are at the pinnacle of the nascent divinity realm, infinitely close to the return to void or earth immortal realm. Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment when he saw these puppets. Puppets were created by refining tools, so they could really exist for countless years. The owner of this immortal mansion had already passed away, but the puppets here still follow the orders left behind by their former owners, guarding this immortal mansion. Most importantly, these puppets were close to the return to void or earth immortal realm. One had to know that this mansion was only left behind by a celestial immortal. Puppets of this level were rare, especially under the command of a celestial immortal. Without the owner's token, trespassing into the immortal mansion. Kill without mercy. Trespassers, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. The 13 giant puppets stared at Zhou Tong at the same time, and their roars shook the heavens and earth. As soon as the first puppet shouted kill without mercy, Zhou Tong had already taken out his tribulation fire divine bow. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. A phoenix dance arrow was placed on the bowstring, and he pointed it directly at the puppet at the front. Bang! As soon as the bowstring was released, raging flames gathered on the arrow. Accompanied by the sound of a phoenix, it shot directly toward the puppet. The arrow pierced through the air, and its speed was as fast as a crimson bolt of lightning. In an instant, a crimson rainbow light lit up in the void, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The first puppet to speak was directly hit by the arrow without noticing. After the phoenix dance arrow pierced through the puppet's body defense, all of its power directly exploded in its body. In an instant, the puppet's body also exploded at the same time, directly exploding from its chest into two pieces. Endless flames erupted from the broken parts, melting the materials used to refine it. As expected of a puppet, after being hit by my arrow, it only suffered such little damage. Zhou Tong was a little surprised. This puppet's body was far stronger than the group of great demons outside. Well, if I'm not wrong, the physical body of this group of puppets is probably comparable to that of a primordial soul realm god fiend, but its recovery ability is not as good as that of a real god fiend. Coupled with some special methods, these puppets' combat strength may not be comparable to that of a return to Void Realm cultivator, but they may be more difficult to deal with than a return to Void Realm cultivator. Zhou Tong looked at the broken puppet with interest. He stared at the broken parts of its body and the shun glyphs on its body. The previous owner of this immortal abode was definitely a celestial immortal who had a deep understanding of formations, restrictions, and even the Tao of weapon refinement. Just by looking at it, Zhou Tong learned a lot. Moreover, from this perspective, the treasures in this immortal abode should be very powerful, and the rewards would be considerable. Of course, this was on the premise that the owner of this place did not take away everything here. Old Seventh, you're courting death. Outsider, how dare you be so impudent? After seeing one of their companions die, the other 12 puppets roared wildly, drew their weapons, and attacked Zhou Tong together. I have to be careful. These puppets have some research value, and it would be too much of a waste to destroy them all. Try to hit each puppet in a different position and compare them. I can still study all of their mysteries. Zhou Tong took a step forward, dodging the attacks of the puppets with explosive speed, and at the same time, quickly drew his bow. Twang, twang, twang. Phoenix dance arrows flew out one after another from Zhou Tong's hands, accompanied by a series of violent explosions. Li Yin soared into the sky, and each of the puppets fell to the ground. The first arrow struck the neck of a puppet, the second arrow blasted its head open, and the third arrow pierced through the left side of its waist. Each of his arrows struck a different position on the puppet's body, inflicting different injuries on each puppet. From the beginning until now, he had shot out a total of 13 arrows, and each arrow had accurately killed a puppet. After drawing his bow 13 times, this group of puppets that were infinitely close to the return to Void Realm or Earth Immortal Realm had been completely destroyed. Chapter 1204. If it were anyone else, even a primordial soul cultivator, they wouldn't be able to make it here. They would need to have the power of an Earth Immortal at the very least. Unfortunately, my opponent is me. My comprehension of the Grand Tao is even higher than that of ordinary celestial immortals, and I am infinitely close to that of a pure Yang true immortal. Zhou Tong grabbed them one by one, collecting them all into his interspatial equipment. He planned to find some time in the future to study the restrictions left behind on them. After putting away the puppet's remains, Zhou Tong crossed the square and looked at a large hall not far away. He casually sent out a stream of quintessential essence, which slammed into the wall of the hall. Instantly, 3 large words appeared on the wall: Smelting Hall. Smelting Hall? Could it be that the owner of this immortal estate was actually an artificer? Zhou Tong was surprised. Artificing was something that many people understood. In fact, it could be said that any living being who had embarked on the path of cultivation would understand it. However, those who could be considered artificers were extremely rare. This was an extremely delicate and technical job. For things like golems, if one hadn't specifically studied artificing techniques, it would be impossible to create them. It wasn't just golems. There were also all sorts of strange magic treasures that could only be created by artificers. To become an artificer, there were usually 3 requirements. First, one had to specialize in fire-type techniques. Second, one had to have an extremely deep understanding of the properties and abilities of the various materials in the world. Third, one had to be proficient in things like formations and restrictions and be able to combine these things onto magic treasures. Aside from the first requirement, which of the remaining 2 didn't require vast amounts of time to study. Thus, the vast majority of artificers would only study such things after becoming immortals. This was because only after becoming immortals would they have the time to do so. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators with limited lifespans wouldn't have the time to study such things. This smelting hall must have been left behind by the previous owner of this immortal estate to create artifacts. He walked towards the hall. However, although it was a hall, it was extremely large. There were many winding corridors around it, and they were covered with all sorts of formations and restrictions. Zhou Tong walked around in a circle, finding the crux of the formation. He followed one corridor after another, heading towards the core of the hall. In just a short while, he arrived at a vast and huge hall. There was only a huge golden-red jade cauldron in the palace hall, which was emitting a resplendent glow. Beside the jade cauldron was a praying mat, and then there was nothing else. Jade cauldron. Could this be the cauldron that this immortal used to refine weapons? Zhou Tong was stunned and subconsciously approached the jade cauldron. After observing it with his divine sense for a while, he discovered that this jade cauldron was not a cauldron for refining artifacts, but a container with something sealed inside. Furthermore, the seal was not very powerful. With a little research, one could see through the seal and see what was inside. Is that a kindling of the grand sun primordial flame? When Zhou Tong saw the things inside, he couldn't help but be stunned. Inside this hall, there was only one true sun flame seed. Disappointed. However, the owner of the immortal mansion should have taken away all the treasures here, leaving only a flame. If I'm not wrong, his crafting cauldron should also be considered as his weapon. He's going to bring it out for battle. Zhou Tong had no choice but to put away the jade cauldron, and then quickly left the hall and rushed to other places. Soon, he arrived at the second hall, the treasure hall. After entering this hall, Zhou Tong saw a shelf with magic treasures, but he was helpless to see that there was nothing on the shelf. There were no magic treasures left. There's nothing. That's right, the immortal is about to die. How could he have the time to leave magic treasures for his descendants? He must have used it himself, or given it to his subordinates. Zhou Tong shook his head. How could there be so many examples of breaking into an immortal mansion and obtaining treasures in this world? Immortal mansions that had treasures were mostly because the immortal had accidentally died when he went out temporarily. There is no doubt that the owner of this immortal mansion definitely did not die by accident, but he wanted to do something, so he took away everything that could be used or could be used. Naturally, what was left behind was an empty, immortal mansion for the later generations. Wait, is this shelf made of netherworld water firewood? It's not completely empty. There are still some things left for me. Zhou Tong's gaze fell on those shelves, and after carefully studying them, he immediately put them away. 1 kilogram of netherworld water fire would could be exchanged for 3 taels of liquefied essence. These shelves were extremely large and weighed at least 5 million kilograms. Even if he took them out to sell, he could get several million kilograms of liquefied essence. After leaving the treasure hall, he arrived at the Immortal Herb Hall. This was where the owner of the Immortal Mansion planted and cultivated spirit herbs and immortal medicines. However, after entering, Zhou Tong sighed, very disappointed. This was the hall that was the most damaged. After entering, there were dilapidated walls everywhere, and there were basically no immortal herbs or spirit herbs left. There were only a few stalks of spirit herbs with average medicinal effects left. These spirit herbs had average medicinal effects for immortals, but for a Wanxiang realm cultivator like Zhou Tong, they could be considered pretty good spirit herbs. Although there weren't many of them, it was better than nothing. The Refining Flame Hall, Treasure Hall, and Immortal Herb Hall are all basically empty. Everything useful has been taken away. However, based on the current situation, I'm afraid that the only place in this immortal mansion that I can gain something from is the cultivation technique manuals. Zhou Tong continued to wander around the hall. Along the way, he passed by several halls. There was the cultivation hall, but this hall was also severely damaged. There was nothing left, and even the lava from the outside world had seeped into this hall. There was also the Spirit Beast Hall, but the spirit beasts in this hall were all gone. They might have perished along with the immortal. In the end, Zhou Tong finally found the Scripture Hall. He went around the formation and entered the hall. My guess was right. The cultivation technique manuals weren't taken away. As soon as Zhou Tong entered, he immediately saw a huge bookshelf filled with all kinds of jade slips. These were the key to cultivation technique manuals. Chi refinement techniques below the immortal rank, 981 types. Immortal rank Chi refinement techniques, 3 types. Godfiend body refinement techniques. There are actually 7 types that can be cultivated directly to the heavenly god stage. Wind Spirit Divine Body, Starlight Divine Body, Azure with Divine Body. Zhou Tong browsed through the bookshelf one by one, but he didn't really look at the contents in detail. He only looked at them briefly, and then quickly put away the jade slips of the inheritance. The second volume of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's eyes focused. He saw something that he needed the most right now, the follow-up to the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. Chapter 1205. The second volume of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens is in my hands just like that. Zhou Tong felt like he was in a dream. The thing that he had always wanted was obtained so easily, but after thinking about it carefully, all of this was normal, because the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens was the most widely spread cultivation technique in the Grand Xia Empire. In every county of the Grand Xia, the mid-rank sects would definitely have the second volume. Even some slightly larger sects might have the third volume. It was normal for a celestial being to have the second volume of this cultivation technique. And no, there's a third volume. Zhou Tong continued to read and soon found a third volume of this God-Fiend body tempering cultivation technique. But it's a pity that there are only 3 volumes, and there's no content for the 4th volume. Zhou Tong shook his head and felt that it was a pity. The Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens had a total of 4 volumes. This cultivation technique could be cultivated up to the true God realm at most. The first volume, Houtian, Xiantian, Zifu. The second volume, Wanxiang, Primordial Spirit, Void. The third volume, Tianqian Volume. The 4th volume, True God Volume. Although this cultivation technique was widely spread, only the first 3 volumes were really widely spread. The 4th volume was usually only available to true gods and Daozu. It was impossible for an ordinary celestial being to have such a cultivation technique. Therefore, only the first 3 volumes of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens could be found in this immortal mansion. Keep it well. I'll start comprehending it after leaving the immortal mansion. Zhou Tong solemnly kept the cultivation technique properly. He continued to browse through the collection of books in the Scripture Depository Hall. After the God-Fiend body tempering cultivation technique, there were some specific magical powers, sword techniques, saber techniques, and so on. There are 726 types of sword techniques, 543 types of saber techniques, and 1721 types of fist techniques, movement techniques, formations, and so on. TSK. There are 915 types of fire control techniques. He's indeed a weapon refiner. Zhou Tong looked at these cultivation techniques and praised in his heart. These were the things he needed the most right now. After coming to this world, Zhou Tong had always focused on 4 things. The Fiend God Body Refiner's Qi Ming's Diagram of the 9 Heavens, the Qi Refiner's Immortal Burning Book, the Divine Ability Star Plucking Hand, and the Array Formations, 9 Scrolls on Array Formations. As for other sword arts, saber arts, and bow arts, most of them were created by him based on his previous experiences in other worlds. Strictly speaking, there were many traces of other worlds on these things. To the great Tao of this world, there were many impurities in these things. If too many impurities from other worlds were mixed in, the ultimate fire elemental Tao that he comprehended in the future would more or less have a slight deviation. The key is purity. The Tao of this world is very particular. I have to digest these things as soon as possible. After the cultivation technique manuals were the divine abilities that were specially made for god fiends. Heavenly transformation, 3 heads, 6 arms, flaming rainbow evasion, summon the wind, summon the rain, shaking mountains, shaking the earth, a total of 12 divine abilities. The true divine abilities are far, far fewer than the techniques used by Qi refiners. Zhou Tong understood this very well. The power of divine abilities was often far greater than the sword arts or saber arts used by Qi refiners. After skimming through the divine abilities, there were many more books. These books described in detail the countless materials and treasures of the 3 realms, as well as their various characteristics, their ratios with other materials, and so on. Let's go. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it, taking away all of these books at one go. After filling his immortal estate with books, Zhou Tong continued to wander around the area a few times, taking away everything he could take away from the immortal estate. In the end, he once more entered the tunnel, leaving the immortal estate. What a great haul! Zhou Tong sighed in praise. However, plans can't keep up with changes after this haul. Will I still need to enter the Rain Dragon Guard? The Rain Dragon Guard was divided into the ordinary Rain Dragon Guard and the inner Rain Dragon Guard. Ordinary Rain Dragon Guards were cultivators who weren't willing to join the inner Rain Dragon Guard. They only needed to complete a certain number of missions within a certain amount of time. Their mission points could be used to exchange for some techniques and divine abilities. As for the inner Rain Dragon Guard, they were cultivators who were loyal to the Grand Xia dynasty. They could enjoy many of the true benefits of the Rain Dragon Guard. For example, when exchanging for techniques and divine abilities, the points they needed were only 100th or 1,000th of what ordinary Rain Dragon Guards needed. In addition, there were many truly precious techniques and divine abilities which could only be exchanged for by inner Rain Dragon Guards. The inner Rain Dragon Guard are people who are absolutely loyal to the Grand Xia. Perhaps after joining, they will have to swear oaths of loyalty. These oaths are a bit of a problem. Zhou Tong said to himself. He could foresee that these oaths of loyalty would definitely have a certain range. For example, after successfully overcoming the celestial tribulation and becoming a celestial immortal or Empyrean god, they would be able to leave the Rain Dragon Guard. Otherwise, it would be impossible for true geniuses to join the inner Rain Dragon Guard, especially those who were extraordinarily talented. Just think about it. If joining the inner Rain Dragon Guard meant that one's entire life would be tied to the Grand Xia dynasty, then which genius would be willing to join? I wonder what the range of their oaths is. If it's too broad, then forget it. But if it's not too broad, then joining the inner Rain Dragon Guard will give me more benefits. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then made up his mind. Whether or not he would join the inner Rain Dragon Guard would depend on the rules of the inner Rain Dragon Guard. For now, let's not think about the inner Rain Dragon Guard. I'd better take a good look at the second scroll of the Qi Ming's Diagram of the 9 Heavens and see how it differs from my own deductions. Zhou Tong immediately found a quiet place, then set down a restrictive spell nearby. Afterwards, he took out the second scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens and began to carefully meditate on it. So that's how it is. There's a slight deviation in my divine yin pattern. If I modify it according to the orthodox technique, the capacity of divine power will increase by 30%. There's also a slight error in the divine sun pattern, causing some errors in the entire technique. I've already noticed this before. As expected, the orthodox technique is similar to what I guessed. There's also a slight deviation in the intersection of yin and yang, causing the efficiency of the entire technique to decrease by 10%. This is something I hadn't thought of before. The method of drawing upon the solar star and the lunar star is wrong. I've borrowed the method of the Wanxiang realm's Dharma idol of the sun, moon, and stars to resonate with the heavens and the earth. The orthodox technique is different from mine. If I combine the two techniques, perhaps it will be even stronger. This is a direction of thought. Zhou Tong sat there quietly, once again guiding his Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens onto the right path. The divine yin pattern and divine sun pattern on his body shone brightly, drawing upon the power of yin and yang between the heavens and the earth. They even faintly traversed through countless dimensions, drawing upon the power of the solar star and lunar star to further perfect his divine body. Chapter 1206. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Zhou Tong, who had been training in the orthodox Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens to perfect his divine body, opened his eyes. In 3 months, all the flaws in my divine body have been fixed. In fact, even my divine body itself has improved greatly. In another month, the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens will break through to the 11th stage, Zhou Tong said to himself. The rate at which one could train in the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens was determined by the strength of one's soul. The more powerful one's soul was, the more clearly one would be able to sense the solar star and the lunar star. When training, one would be able to absorb as much yin and yang energy from these two supreme stars to advance. Given the current strength of Zhou Tong's soul, he would be able to master the Wanxiang level, Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens, in half a year. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had spent so much time improving his divine body, he would have been able to reach the 11th stage in these 3 months, or even close to the 12th. Next, it's time to return to the Rain Dragon Guard. Zhou Tong rose to his feet, leaving the temporary abode he had been using for the past 3 months. He immediately headed towards the Rain Dragon Guard's camp. He moved extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he flew past the mountains and returned to the camp. Because Zhou Tong had only killed primal dire monsters, he had traveled the furthest. By the time Zhou Tong returned, many cultivators had already returned. He could see that many cultivators had looks of confidence and joy on their faces. Clearly, they had completed the test. However, some cultivators had grim looks on their faces. It was very likely that not only had they not completed the test, their magic treasures had even been damaged. There were also some whose auras were weak. Clearly, they had been injured by dire monsters. This Xiantian fiend god, named Zhou Tong, has returned? Why don't I see any signs of battle on his body? Could it be that he's so afraid of death that he found a dangerous place to hide for 3 months? Haha, a Xiantian fiend god like him? In the past few months, we've all encountered him or heard some news about him, but this fellow seems to have evaporated into thin air. We can't find him at all. Legend has it that the innate gods are warlike, but that must be fake. Many cultivators who did not know the truth looked at Zhou Tong. Many of them were even secretly mocking him, finding him an eyesore. After all, most of the people here were humans. As for a Khanate god fiend like Zhou Tong, he was of a different race from them. Naturally, they looked down on him. However, it was obvious that some people in the crowd knew something. They were shocked. I saw him enter the territory of an essence, soul realm great demon with my own eyes. After that, there were consecutive explosions of raging flames. He must have been fighting. He was fighting against an essence, soul realm great demon. Are all innate gods that strong? He is actually unscathed after fighting an essence soul realm demon? Anyone who knew that Zhou Tong had entered the territory of an essence soul realm great demon was shocked. His strength was clearly the best among all the participants. Many cultivators even wanted to get close to him. However, Zhou Tong ignored all of them. He casually found a rock and sat down cross-legged, quietly comprehending the cultivation techniques he obtained from the Heavenly Immortals Mansion. Although many of the cultivation techniques were low-level, the principles they contained were not necessarily bad. This was especially so for these cultivation techniques. In the eyes of others, they might only be cultivation techniques. However, in Zhou Tong's eyes, they were indeed cultivation techniques that complemented the cultivation system and broadened the path of cultivation. By comprehending these cultivation techniques, Zhou Tong gained a deeper understanding of this world's cultivation system. Time passed by bit. Soon, all the cultivators who had participated in the assessment had returned. At that moment, a cultivator guarding the teleportation array said, "This time, only 33 people return alive. It's less than I expected. The quality of these participating cultivators is getting worse and worse." He swept his gaze across everyone. From their expressions, he could roughly determine whether they had met the requirements to complete the mission. He thought to himself, in the past, the survival rate was usually around 50%. This is the lowest in 100 years. And, judging from their expressions, there are probably not many who have met the requirements. In the end, the person said, "Then this group of people can return now. If they can acquire the head of a Wanxiang dire monster, they can immediately join our Rain Dragon Guard." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Zhou Tong. He thought to himself, a Xiantian fiend god. His aura is thicker than before. Can it be that he's been training for the past 3 months? But isn't this rate of training a bit too fast? Is a Xiantian fiend god really that terrifyingly talented? The legends of Xiantian fiend gods had always been circulating throughout the world of the Grand Xia. Many people had grown up listening to the stories of Xiantian fiend gods. However, there were very few who had actually seen a Xiantian fiend god. Enter the teleportation array and return to the Crimson Dragon Mountains. The person gave the final order. Soon, the remaining 33 people entered the teleportation array. With a flash of light, the group was teleported back to the Crimson Dragon Mountains. When the group walked out of the teleportation array, they just happened to see a large flying ship descend, led by a woman with a face as cold as ice. A void-level Earth Immortal. Zhou Tong had a rough idea of this person's cultivation level. The iceberg-like Earth Immortal flew out of the large ship and said coldly, "Those who didn't get anything can leave now. The rest of you, take out the heads of the Wanxiang realm great demons you obtained for me to identify." Her voice was cold, and she didn't say much. Once she spoke, it was as if she was giving orders. However, no one dared to say anything. Many people who didn't complete the mission immediately retreated, while the remaining people took out the heads of the great demons they had hunted. There weren't many cultivators who could take out the heads. Only 13 of them. The woman released her divine sense and invaded the heads of every great demon. Suddenly, she exclaimed softly, a hint of surprise in her cold eyes. She took a deep look at Zhou Tong, who was standing in front of the head, and said, "I thought that most of these people were trash. I didn't expect you to be able to kill an essence, soul realm great demon at the Wanxiang realm." The moment these words came out, the people around immediately looked at Zhou Tong in shock. An essence, soul realm great demon. Is this the power of a Xiantian fiend god? A Wanxiang realm cultivator killing a primal soul realm monster? He's ridiculously powerful. Many people were secretly stunned. Right at this moment, the woman said, "Very good. All of you have at least reached the Wanxiang realm. The 13 of you have passed. Follow me." As she spoke, she led the qualified people onto the large ship. At the same time, she took out 13 books. With a casual wave of her hand, the books flew in front of everyone. The rules of the Rain Dragon Guard are all in this book. Take a look for yourselves. Her voice was still as cold as ever. Zhou Tong immediately flipped through the book, quickly finding the information he was looking for. Indeed, to become a keeper of the Rain Dragon Guard, one must swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens. Unless one becomes an Empyrean god or a pure yang, true immortal, one cannot leave the Rain Dragon Guard. In addition, one must be completely loyal to the Grand Xia. Zhou Tong let out a sigh of relief. The requirements weren't too harsh. Empyrean gods wouldn't need too many years to reach that level. Chapter 1207. 2 hours later, the ice-cold woman led the group to receive their Rain Dragon Guard medallions, then led them to an exquisite palace. This palace was more than 300 meters tall, and it took up an area of 3,000 meters. Compared to the other palaces within the Crimson Dragon Mountains, this palace wasn't particularly large, but it was the most heavily guarded. Zhou Tong could vaguely sense that there were quite a few void-level Earth immortals standing guard here. This is the Daozong Palace. You can go in and take a look, but spirit beasts are forbidden from entering. The icy voice rang out. Everyone impatiently entered the Daozong Palace. Wasn't this the reason why they had joined the Rain Dragon Guard? The truly alluring things of the Rain Dragon Guard were the various techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts which the Grand Xia dynasty had accumulated over countless years. There are 360 immortal-ranked key refining techniques, but only 3 pure yang-ranked ones. Zhou Tong found a book which introduced the various divine abilities and techniques here. Immortal-ranked key refining techniques were created by celestial immortals. Training in techniques of this level could completely establish one's foundation as a celestial immortal. As for pure yang-ranked key refining techniques, they were created by pure yang true immortals. The ki produced by these techniques was much denser and purer than the ki produced by immortal-ranked ki refining techniques. The most obvious difference between immortal-ranked ki refining techniques and pure yang-ranked ki refining techniques was the amount of liquefied elemental essence required to reach the peak of the Zifa level. Immortal-ranked ki refining techniques generally required 400 to 1,500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. As for pure yang-ranked ki refining techniques, they required 2,000 to 1,500 kilograms. However, Zhou Tong himself trained in the Immortal Immolation Manual, which was superior to pure yang-ranked ki refining techniques. This technique of his required 4,500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence at the Zifu level to reach the peak. As for Zhou Tong himself, he had exceeded the limit, using up 6,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. It could be said that Zhou Tong's ki was one of the best in the 3 realms. Thus, Zhou Tong didn't pay too much attention to these techniques. He only memorized the names of some of the techniques, so that in the future, if he had the chance, he would exchange them for reference. Ordinary, immortal-ranked ki refining techniques. Ordinary Rain Dragon Guards require 10,000 karmic points to exchange for them, while Inner Rain Dragon Guards only require 100 karmic points. The difference is 100 times. Zhou Tong smiled when he saw the exchange conditions. The Great Xia dynasty truly has a deep foundation. After Zhou Tong entered the first level of the Daozong Palace, he immediately took a quick look around. This floor was basically filled with qi refinement manuals or secret techniques. Soon, Zhou Tong reached the second floor. 89 divine abilities, and more than half of them can only be learned by Rain Dragon Inner Guards. Zhou Tong looked at the divine abilities one by one, feeling somewhat envious. Although he had acquired the treasures of a celestial immortal, the divine abilities which the celestial immortal had amassed were simply too weak. What's more, they were all ordinary divine abilities which didn't require one to be a keeper of the Rain Dragon Guard. They were far inferior to some of the truly powerful divine abilities here. If my suspicions are correct, the previous owner of that immortal estate, which I visited in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains, was most likely a celestial immortal who was a key refiner and also trained as a fiend god body refiner. It is very likely that he had reached the void level or earth immortal level. Zhou thought back to what he had seen and heard in the immortal estate, and this was what he thought to himself. In the three realms, fiend god body refiners were far more powerful than key refiners. Void-level earth immortals were comparable to celestial immortals in terms of combat power, while Empyrean gods were comparable to pure yang true immortals. Zhou continued to browse through the second floor of the Daozong Palace. Towards the end, he saw a divine ability, which was one of the most valuable treasures here, the Torch Dragon's Eye. The Torch Dragon's Eye was a divine ability which required one to gather the aurora light of the nine heavens into one's eyes, then refine it into a lifeblood torch. This divine ability was neither defensive, long distance, nor close combat. Instead, it was an extremely powerful support type ability. It could be said that this divine ability was a peerless divine ability which all divine archers could only dream of acquiring. However, this divine ability could only be acquired by the keepers of the Rain Dragon clan, and it required 10 million karmic points in exchange. 10 million karmic points. This is nothing more than a pie in the sky. Unless some sort of world-shaking war occurs, how many tens of thousands of years would it take to accumulate so much karmic points? With so much time, wouldn't it be better to spend on training? Zhou shook his head. Anyone capable of accumulating 10 million karmic points would definitely be a peerless expert. For the sake of a mere Torch Dragon's Eye divine ability, anyone would be willing to sell themselves to the Grand Xia and work for so many years for nothing. Anyone would know that such a thing was unreliable. When a leader talked about his dreams, that was when he would act like a thug. The Torch Dragon's Eye divine ability was nothing more than a pie in the sky. The strangest thing of all was that the Torch Dragon's Eye was only half complete. Although the Xia Emperor's master was Qi Ming Daozu, the creator of a fiend god body refining technique, the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens, in the end, he was just a pure yang true immortal who was a key refiner. Thus, in terms of fiend god body refining divine abilities, the Grand Xia doesn't have much of a foundation. Zhou mused to himself. He suspected that the Grand Xia's foundation in terms of fiend god body refining was inferior to his own star-seizing manner. But of course, right now, he wasn't qualified to acquire all of the treasures of the star-seizing manner. Only after becoming an Empyrean god would he be able to unlock all of the legacies and treasures of the star-seizing manner. Soon, Zhou had skimmed through all of the manuals within the Daozong Palace. He now had a general idea of what was here. 360 immortal-ranked key refining techniques. 3 pure yang refining techniques. 89 divine abilities. There were 61 divine, secret techniques. There were 102 types of forbidden secret techniques. Soon, a group of people walked out. The woman who had led them over said, "If you join our Rain Dragon Guard, you will soar into the heavens. The earlier you join, the easier it will be for you to acquire divine abilities that will change your destiny. Is there anyone willing to join?" Zhou didn't think too much about it. He immediately walked out and said, "I'm willing to join. It's that Xiantian fiend god." He actually sold himself so decisively. Aren't Xiantian fiend gods supposed to be wild and untamed? Why would he so quickly decide to sell himself to someone else? This fellow is an unaffiliated cultivator. He was born at the Xiantian level. He didn't belong to any school or clan to begin with. Of course, he joined the Rain Dragon Guard. Unfortunately, I have a clan to rebuild. The others, upon seeing Zhou step forward, revealed looks of surprise. Xiantian fiend gods were quite the topic of discussion, especially since this was no longer the era when the universe had just been created. In the vast world of the Grand Xia, most likely, it would take 100 years for a single Xiantian fiend god to be born. I'll join as well. Soon, a fatty stepped forward as well. Me too. A third person stepped forward as well. After waiting for a long time, in the end, only 3 people stepped forward, preparing to join the Rain Dragon Guard. Seeing that no one else was willing to step forward, the woman said, "After joining the Rain Dragon Guard, your clan will be able to carve out a territory of 10,000 kilometers around you. allowing that territory to be protected by the Rain Dragon Guard. Even if you die, the Rain Dragon Guard will protect that territory for 1,000 years. All of you, go register. The three of you, follow me. Chapter 1208. Zhou Tong and the others quickly followed the woman to a palace. She said calmly, "After you become a keeper of the Rain Dragon Guard, you'll be free to read any of the manuals in the Daozong Palace that are available to ordinary Rain Dragon Guards, as long as they are less than 100 karmic points. Next, the three of you will follow my instructions and swear an oath to the Heavenly Tao. Apart from your own names, you're not allowed to make any mistakes." The man looked at Zhou Tong and the others. "Listen carefully. Repeat after me. I hereby swear that the Heavenly Tao is my witness. I, Zhou Tong, hereby swear that the Heavenly Tao is my witness. I, Xin Kong, hereby swear that the Heavenly Tao is my witness. I, Yu, swear here with the Heavenly Tao as my witness." The three of them spoke at the same time and followed the woman to recite the contents of the oath word by word. Apart from their own names, they did not change a single word. The contents of the oath were as described in the booklet. They had to be completely loyal to the Grand Xia dynasty. In the period of time they had to be loyal to the Grand Xia dynasty was either death or becoming an Empyrean god or a pure Yang true immortal. Only by becoming an Empyrean god or a pure Yang true immortal would one be able to leave the Rain Dragon Guard of the Grand Xia. Along with the oath, an invisible wave of energy descended. This was a supreme fluctuation of the Heavenly Tao. This oath was recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Once violated, one would immediately face the punishment of the Heavenly Tao. Even immortals would immediately suffer a backlash if they violated the oath of the Heavenly Tao. If the contents of the vow included the words "the destruction of one's soul," then it would naturally be fulfilled. If I violate this oath, I, Zhou Tong, Xinkong Aou, will immediately have my soul destroyed and will never be able to reincarnate. Zhou Tong and the others finally said the last part of the oath. As the oath was made, everyone felt an invisible ripple. This was the power of the heavenly oath. No one dared to go against the restrictions of the heavenly oath. An oath to the Tao of the heavens is powerful, but once you reach the world god or chaos immortal level, it's nothing. Cultivators at that level can completely ignore the power of an oath to the Tao of the heavens. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he carefully sensed the oath. However, those below the world god level still have to abide by the rules. The oaths to the Tao of the heavens of the Grand Xia's Rain Dragon Guards are only restricted to cultivators below the Empyrean God or pure Yang true immortal level. This is quite a generous arrangement. The so-called Heaven Tao was actually the rules of operation of the three dimensions. Upon reaching the world god or chaos immortal level, one would be comparable to the three realms in power. Naturally, one would no longer be bound by oaths to the Tao of the heavens. But of course, at the level of chaos immortals and world gods, there are even more binding lifeblood oaths. This was an oath that was sworn upon one's very life and Tao heart. This sort of oath was terrifyingly binding. Not even chaos immortals or world gods would be able to violate it. All right, the oath is a done deal. Congratulations on joining the Rain Dragon Inner Guard. Next, each of you will have a year to settle the matters of your family and organization. After that, you will need to report to the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range again. As the woman spoke, she casually tossed out 3 tokens and 3 sets of crimson armor. 3 tokens and 3 sets of armor flew towards Zhou Tong and the other 2. Each of them had 1 token and 1 set of armor. These sets of armor were all low-level mortal-ranked magic treasures. To Wanxiang-level cultivators, their defensive power wasn't much, but they were the symbol of the Rain Dragon Inner Guard. She continued, as the first benefit of joining the Rain Dragon Inner Guard, you can go to the Tao Repository Palace and choose a technique that only Rain Dragon Inner Guard can exchange for. This technique is worth no more than 100 karmic points. A technique worth 100 karmic points. Ordinary Rain Dragon guards would need 10,000 karmic points to exchange for it. Seeing the delighted looks on the faces of the three, she said, I suggest that if you don't have any immortal ranked key refining techniques, you should use this benefit to exchange for one. You're only at the Wanxiang level, although it will be a bit hard for you to rebuild your foundation. So long as you have enough liquefied elemental essence, a year should be enough. The second benefit is that you can go to the 10,000 Treasures Palace and choose an Earth-ranked magic treasure that is suitable for you. This was a benefit that no one cared about. Earth-ranked magic treasures seemed to be quite rare, but in truth, anyone who had reached the Wanxiang level and passed the Rain Dragon Guard's examination basically didn't lack them. But of course, to them, this magic treasure was better than nothing. In fact, it could make up for what they lacked. The third benefit is that this medallion contains an estate within it. You can place the estate within any designated region of the Crimson Dragon Mountains. The estate contains the spirit-gathering formation of our Grand Xia dynasty, and the interior of the estate will be able to produce liquefied elemental essence for you to train in. This sort of spirit-gathering formation could only be considered a mortal-ranked formation. The formation Zhou Tong had set up at Serpent Wing Lake was far more powerful than this. However, this was the Crimson Dragon Mountains. There was an enormous spirit-gathering formation here to begin with, causing the spiritual energy of the Crimson Dragon Mountains to far exceed that of Serpent Wing Lake. Thus, the rate at which liquefied elemental essence was condensed here was only slightly inferior to the formation which Zhou Tong had set up at Serpent Wing Lake. Each year, roughly 3,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence would be produced. The fourth benefit is that within the Crimson Dragon Mountains, at least one immortal will give a sermon on the Tao every year. If you encounter any problems during your training, you can take advantage of this opportunity to ask questions. Everyone will have one chance to ask questions. Aside from Zhou Tong, the two nearby cultivators known as Xian Kong and Aou both revealed looks of delight. They hadn't joined any schools, nor had they received any guidance from any immortal-level experts. Thus, this benefit was something which they were looking forward to the most. The fifth benefit is that you can report your clan to the Rain Dragon Guard. You will also be given a piece of land with a circumference of 10,000 kilometers. This piece of land will be protected by our Rain Dragon Guard. In addition, after you perish, you will be protected for 10,000 years. Go register yourselves. Ordinary Rain Dragon Guards were protected for 1,000 years after death, but the keepers of the Rain Dragon Guard were protected for 10,000 years. Actually, this benefit was meant to attract the various clans to join the keepers of the Rain Dragon Guard. In the following year, you are free to move about. After a year, if you don't perish, you must return here. With these final words, the female immortal quickly left. The two of you, my clan still has matters to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer. Until we meet again. The cultivator, known as Xian Kong, looked toward Zhou Tong and Aou as he spoke. Do as you wish. I need to find a divine ability as well. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, then headed towards the Daozong Palace. Earlier, when he had browsed through the Daozong Palace's catalog, he had taken a fancy to a divine ability. Now, he could use the benefits of joining the Rain Dragon Guard to trade for it. Chapter 1209. Zhou Tong arrived at the Daozong Palace, then headed straight for the second floor. He arrived in front of a divine ability, then picked up his medallion and imprinted it onto the jade slip of the divine ability. Instantly, a layer of blurry light dissipated. The restrictive spells on the jade slip were able to sense a great deal of information from Zhou Tong's medallion, and knew that he had a chance to acquire a divine ability. Thus, the light of the restrictive spells dissipated. And then, Zhou Tong picked up the jade slip, then headed straight for the rear hall of the Daozong Palace. The true divine abilities and techniques were all there. The front hall of the Daozong Palace had only displayed some introductions, as well as the talismans required to acquire these techniques. The true divine abilities and techniques couldn't possibly be placed in the front hall. In addition, the Stillwater Commandery branch actually didn't have that many divine abilities. It only had roughly half of them. The divine abilities that truly required more than 10,000 karmic points to acquire were all in the Rain Dragon Guard headquarters in the Imperial capital. To acquire those divine abilities, one had to go to the headquarters. However, the divine ability that Zhou Tong had his eyes on wasn't of a very high level. It only required 95 karmic points to acquire. Thus, the Crimson Dragon Mountains still had the original. Soon, a short, pudgy old man guarding the rear hall of the Daozong Palace inspected the jade slip in Zhou Tong's hands. He glanced at Zhou Tong in surprise, then said in surprise, "The Chaos Divine Arrow is actually this divine ability? Are you planning to walk the path of a divine archer in the future? Oh, you train in the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens? To be able to train to the Wanxiang level means that you are indeed quite talented. In addition, the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens is indeed quite compatible with the Chaos Divine Arrow. You have a good eye for talent. You just joined the Rain Dragon Guard, yet you didn't choose an immortal ranked key refining technique. Instead, you chose this divine ability. It seems you wish to focus on the fiend god body refining path." The short, pudgy old man waved his hand. An array of light shot out. Rumble. The door to the rear hall suddenly swung open. The short, pudgy old man led Zhou Tong into the main hall. Within the hall, one rolled up jade slip after another floated in the air. These jade slips all emanated a blurry light. Clearly, they were covered by restrictive spells. "This is the Chaos Divine Arrow jade slip that you need." The short and fat old man pointed at a jade slip in the corner. "The restriction on the jade slip has been removed, but the other jade slips also have restrictions. Once you touch them, you will have to bear the consequences. You only need to touch the jade slip with your palm, and the information of this divine ability will be transmitted directly into your soul. This Chaos Divine Arrow isn't too complicated. It will only take an hour at most to teach it completely," the short and fat old man said in the end. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. This divine ability was described in the introduction before. It was a very simple divine ability, but the learning requirements were very harsh, especially since this divine ability wasn't the kind that could be used anytime, anywhere, but a kind of divine ability that was similar to a production divine ability. This kind of divine ability was not complicated, but it was very difficult and troublesome to cultivate. "Go," the short and fat elder said. Zhou Tong nodded and reached out his hand to touch the floating jade slip. As soon as he touched it, suddenly, boom! A large amount of information surged wildly from the jade slip into his soul. This method of teaching divine abilities was far less efficient than the method he had used to teach the star-seizing hand back in the star-seizing manner, and the pressure on the soul was far greater. However, Zhou Tong's raw power was superior, and his soul was so powerful that it was comparable to a celestial immortal's. Naturally, the speed at which he received this information was extremely fast. In but a few moments, the entire Chaos Divine Arrow had been transmitted into his soul. "Hey, so fast!" The short and fat elder, upon seeing Zhou Tong complete the transmission so quickly, felt rather surprised as well. This speed was far, far faster than he had imagined. The Rain Dragon Guard really did recruit a genius this time. The old man nodded to himself. Given his experience, how could he not be able to tell? Clearly, Zhou Tong's soul was simply too powerful, which was why he was able to receive the entire divine ability so quickly. With a wave of his hand, he re-established the restrictions that had vanished. At this moment, Zhou Tong was secretly delighted. So that's how it is. My previous guess was correct. This divine ability is one of the reasons why divine archers have such a special status in the three realms. Chaos Divine Arrow. The creator of this divine ability was unknown. However, this divine ability wasn't very famous, and there weren't many people who used it. To Zhou Tong, however, who knew many of the secrets of the three realms, Just by looking at the brief introduction, he was able to more or less understand how special this divine ability was. The most powerful aspect of divine archers was in large-scale battles. So long as one consumed a single Tao fruit of primordial chaos, which was formed from Daozu's insights into the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, an Empyrean god-level divine archer would have an attack on par with Daozu's. Anyone he hit would die. In large-scale battles, he would be invincible. This chaos divine arrow could be described as a simplified version of the Tao fruit of primordial chaos. Reverse yin and yang, causing yin and yang to collide and return to primordial chaos. Then, harvest that strand of primordial chaos chi. Once enough primordial chaos chi has been collected, one can use it to refine a chaos divine arrow. Zhou Tong thought to himself, if this chaos divine arrow divine ability was truly powerful, then it really was. This was because once a divine archer shot out a chaos divine arrow, he would be absolutely invincible amongst those of the same level. However, this divine ability was also very weak. This was because every single chaos divine arrow required an enormous amount of time and effort to refine. Every single arrow was difficult to obtain. Once the arrow was shot out and failed to hit the target, it was equivalent to the divine ability being wasted. Other divine abilities, such as Zhou Tong's Star Seizing Hand, could be used for a second or third strike if the first strike missed. However, for a divine ability like the Chaos Divine Arrow, if one wanted to use it for a second or third strike after the first strike missed, it would depend on one's level of training in this divine ability. The more one trained in it, the more arrows one would be able to accumulate, allowing one to fire them consecutively. The less one trained in it, the fewer arrows one would be able to accumulate. And the quality of the Chaos Divine Arrow is also related to the power of the cultivator. As Zhou Tong carefully studied this divine ability, he began to understand more and more of the difficulties of this divine ability. Primordial chaos was an extremely unstable substance. Only by reversing yin and yang could a strand of primordial chaos chi be drawn out. At the very least, several hundred strands of primordial chaos chi were needed to condense a single arrow. In addition, this arrow had to be sealed by this divine ability in order to be preserved. Otherwise, as soon as it was condensed, it would immediately dissipate. The quality of the seal depended on the divine power of the cultivator. The more powerful the divine power, the stronger the seal. And the stronger the seal, the more primordial chaos chi the arrow would contain, and the more powerful it would be. This divine ability was powerful because its power depended on the cultivator's fiend god body refining level, as well as the cultivator's daily accumulation. Chapter 12:10. Reversing yin and yang to turn into primal chaos, and collecting primal chaos energy to refine arrows. It's very difficult for others, but it's very simple for me. Zhou Tong revealed a trace of a smile on his face. He finally understood why the old man said that this divine ability was suitable for the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens. It was because cultivating the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens itself drew in yin and yang energy and the power of water and fire to temper the body. This technique itself had a very deep control over yin and yang energy. Therefore, once a cultivator who cultivated the crimson bright diagram of the nine heavens, cultivated the divine ability of the primal chaos divine arrow, regardless of whether it was the difficulty or speed of gathering the primal chaos chi, they would far surpass the fiend gods who cultivated other body refinement techniques. The chaos divine arrow is a very powerful divine ability. If you use it well, it can allow you to have the strongest attack power, the strongest attack speed, and the strongest attack range among those of the same level. The short and fat old man looked at Zhou Tong and suggested, "You have just joined our Rain Dragon Guard, so you should be able to receive an Earth rank magic treasure. If you don't have a suitable bow in your hands, I suggest you choose a bow that is suitable for this divine ability." Zhou Tong nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have the same intention." Although he had the Tribulation Fire Divine Bow, which was at the top of the Earth rank, this bow had an attribute. Once he pulled the bow, it would immediately condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the power of fire. This Tribulation Fire Divine Bow's attributes were very compatible with Zhou Tong's own, but for the Chaos Divine Arrow, there was a conflict. This was because the primal chaos was very unstable. Once the fire attribute was added, it was very likely that the bow would explode before the arrow was shot. The short and fat old man nodded and didn't say anything else. He pointed the way to the 10,000 treasure palace for Zhou Tong, and then continued to quietly cultivate at the entrance of the rear hall of the Daozong Palace. There were no twists and turns in choosing magic treasures in the 10,000 treasure palace. The quality of the magic treasures, they were all about the same. Basically, they were mass-produced by the refiners of the Rain Dragon Guard. There were no special high-quality products, nor were there any defective products. Zhou Tong just casually picked a non-attributed bow called Universe and directly came out. After receiving the magic treasures and divine abilities, Zhou Tong very casually arrived at a designated mountain peak for the Rain Dragon Guard. There were already many small buildings scattered around the mountain. Those were the residences of the Rain Dragon Inner Guards. Zhou Tong casually found a relatively quiet place and tossed out the token in his hand. Immediately, there was a flash of light. A small scarlet building slowly emerged from the token and landed halfway up the mountain. Buzz! As soon as the small building appeared, the chi of heaven and earth began to surge towards it. The formation on the nearby mountain peak also fluctuated slightly, allowing the small building to perfectly integrate into the formation. So that's how it is. This formation of the Crimson Dragon Mountains is quite formidable. Zhou Tong carefully used his divine sense to sense the fluctuations, then secretly sighed in praise. His small building had a formation as well, and this formation was one with the formation that covered the entire Crimson Dragon Mountains. So long as he released the small building, the formation within the small building would perfectly integrate with the formation outside, strengthening the defensive power of the Crimson Dragon Mountains. I have a year of free time. After this period of time, I'll most likely have to begin carrying out missions for the Rain Dragon Guard. Zhou Tong secretly said to himself. This year was a very important period of time. The reason why the Rain Dragon Guard had so many benefits, aside from having to swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens to be completely loyal to the Grand Xia, was because the pressure of their missions far exceeded that of ordinary Rain Dragon Guards. The Rain Dragon Guard was divided into ranks from the lowest, the one-clawed Rain Dragon Guard, to the highest, the five-clawed Rain Dragon Guard. Ordinary one-clawed Rain Dragon Guards basically only needed to complete a mission every 10 years. Two-clawed Rain Dragon Guards needed 100 years, three-clawed Rain Dragon Guards needed 1,000 years, and four-clawed Rain Dragon Guards needed 10,000 years. However, the Rain Dragon Guard's mission pressure was far greater than that of ordinary Rain Dragon Guards. This was because the Rain Dragon Guard only had one condition for carrying out missions: to obey the orders of their superiors. If their superiors gave them a mission, they had to complete it. If they happened to run into a situation where there were many missions, they might not be able to rest for 10 years. Of course, the mission system of the Rain Dragon Guard wasn't so inhumane. After carrying out 5 missions in a row, they had the right to apply for a vacation. The duration of the vacation was related to their rank. The higher their rank, the longer the vacation they could apply for. A year's time is enough for my fiend god body refinement to advance a step further. Zhou Tong entered his small building and began to slowly comprehend the divine ability of the primal chaos divine arrow. Half a day later, he opened his eyes. He stretched out his left hand, and instantly, a scorching hot yang energy condensed in his palm. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a cold yin energy spread out. Rumble! His 2 palms struck out, and in that instant, the great yin and the great yang collided. It was terrifying to the extreme, as though the heavens and the earth were being split apart. An undetectable strand of primal chaos flowed out from his palm. So that's how it is. So this is the primal chaos of this world. So this is the heavenly Tao of primal chaos. Zhou Tong stared at this strand of primal chaos energy, and his mind was clear. The understanding and foundation he had of primal chaos in the other world slowly exploded, allowing him to have some understanding of the heavenly Tao of primal chaos in this world. In the three realms, there were a total of 10 heavenly Taos that could be comprehended. They were the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the heavenly Tao of primal chaos. The heavenly Tao of primal chaos was the highest level of heavenly Tao in this world. Great God Pangu had used this Tao to create the world. Generally speaking, only cultivators like the true God and Daozu who had mastered a heavenly Tao were qualified to comprehend the heavenly Tao of primal chaos and master a strand of primal chaos energy. However, all of this was not difficult for Zhou Tong. The heavenly Tao of primal chaos is actually very simple, Zhou Tong said with a smile. Then he stretched out his hand and mobilized the divine power of Qi Ming in his body to form a chaotic divine pattern. He waved the chaotic divine pattern and turned it into the shape of an arrow. Then he injected the strand of primal chaos energy into it to preserve it. I see. This is the refining method of the primal chaos divine arrow. If it wasn't me, but other gods and demons, not only would they not be able to absorb the primal chaos energy when the sun and moon collided, they might even be injured, Zhou Tong thought to himself as he recalled the process of yin and yang colliding. Only someone like him, who could easily absorb the primal chaos energy, was qualified to absorb the primal chaos energy so easily. Others would probably need half a year or even a few years to accumulate a primal chaos divine arrow. However, with my speed, I can refine an arrow in a day. I finally understand why this divine ability's ranking is not high. It's because the difficulty of refining the primal chaos divine arrow is simply too great. Zhou Tong understood that only those who had some understanding of the heavenly Tao of primal chaos could refine the primal chaos divine arrow as easily as he did. Chapter 12:11. In Zhou Tong's cave dwelling. At that moment, Zhou Tong was holding a translucent arrow with his fingertips. There was a grayish airflow flowing within the arrow. The shape of the arrow was formed by a dense, chaotic divine pattern. The divine pattern prevented the chaotic energy within the arrow from leaking out. This is the chaos divine arrow. I didn't know that such an arrow could exist for a long time. Zhou Tong sensed the chaotic airflow within the arrow carefully and was speechless. The chaos divine arrow that was refined wouldn't last long. The chaotic airflow within the arrow would constantly erode the arrow. Even with the seal that Zhou Tong had set up with the chaotic divine pattern, it would only last for about 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the arrow would vanish into thin air. In terms of power, the chaos divine arrow is only slightly weaker than my star-picking hand. However, the usage requirement and duration are far too different. Zhou Tong stared at the chaotic divine pattern on the arrow and suddenly had a thought. He could faintly feel that the divine pattern could actually be changed. As long as he comprehended the chaos heavenly way and combined it with his own comprehension of the chaos heavenly way, he would definitely be able to optimize the divine ability. There's no need to optimize this divine ability. With the path that I have decided on, I should at least create a new divine ability with a fire elemental way. Zhou Tong kept the chaos divine arrow that he had just refined and sat down quietly. He was still comprehending the chaotic airflow from before. With Zhou Tong's speed, he could refine a chaos divine arrow in a day. Moreover, the process of refining the chaos divine arrow was also a process of comprehension of the chaos heavenly way. As his comprehension of the chaos heavenly way increased, the speed of refining the chaos divine arrow would also increase. Hence, The root of everything was the chaos heavenly way. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Zhou Tong had already accumulated 36 chaos divine arrows. At the same time, with the comprehension of the chaos heavenly way from other worlds, his comprehension of the chaos heavenly way continued to improve. Even many of the real gods in the three realms, Daozu, couldn't compare to his comprehension in half a month. After half a month, Zhou Tong once again walked out of his small building. This time, he went straight to the Daozong Palace and made a copy of all the free cultivation methods available to the Rain Dragon Inner Guards. Afterwards, he left happily and returned to his residence to cultivate in seclusion. He actually exchanged for so many things in one go. The short and fat old man who had taken Zhou Tong to get the Chaos Divine Arrow God Art couldn't help but frown when he saw Zhou Tong like this. During their previous meeting, the elder had a very good impression of Zhou Tong. This was because Zhou Tong had extraordinary talent and was a born fiend god. He was also one of the rarest geniuses who had cultivated to the manifestation realm using the Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens. It was even more likely that he was a godly archer. With such talent and conditions, as long as he focused on the path of an archer, his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. But now he had exchanged for a pile of things. Qi refining techniques, fiend god body refining techniques, fist techniques, movement techniques, archery techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, weapon refinement techniques, alchemy techniques. It was all-encompassing and had everything. There were more than 10,000 of them. Moreover, they weren't anything too profound. They were all the most basic things. This was practically nonsense. Fine, this is the path you have chosen. Legend has it that none of the godly archers who have shaken the 3 realms had a smooth path of cultivation. Only by going through a complicated and unfathomable mental journey can one become a top-notch godly archer. Perhaps this is your tribulation. The short and fat old man shook his head inwardly. After taking away so many cultivation methods, Zhou Tong happily returned to his small building. He placed them together with the manuals he had obtained from the Celestial Immortal's abode and began to study them from the beginning. This was the first time that Zhou Tong had formally and carefully studied the path of this world. Previously, he had only used the highest level cultivation methods to observe the path of cultivation of this world. At that time, he had only studied the length of the path of cultivation of this world. But now, with the addition of countless low-level cultivation methods, he suddenly had a reference object. Although they were all relatively low-level reference objects, they could already widen the path to both sides. This was the foundation of this world system. At this moment, as Zhou Tong formally studied and comprehended, he suddenly had some different gains in his heart. Some of the previous misunderstandings and comprehensions of this world, some of the things that he had integrated into other worlds, under the big data of the countless cultivation methods, began to be corrected little by little. Soon, Zhou Tong was completely immersed in these countless cultivation methods. Body of the Thunder God? Using thunder to temper the body, cultivating to a high level. One can even attract heavenly thunder to temper the body. Even the future divine tribulation is a method of tempering the body. This kind of body tempering method is very strong. Using heavenly tribulation to temper the body, this is similar to many of the cultivation methods of the shrouding the heavens world. Red flame divine art, fire attribute cultivation method. After cultivating to a certain level, one can swallow fire. I didn't expect this cultivation method to be somewhat suitable for my phoenix body. Unfortunately, the level is a bit too low, but when I create my own cultivation method in the future, I can take it out for reference. Divine art, Big Dipper Demon Breaking Sword. Gathering the power of the Big Dipper Dubhi, Merak, Fekta, Migrez, Alioth, Kayong, and Alkate 7 stars on the fingertip, nurturing a demon breaking sword mark. And then the finger is like a sword. Invincible? This divine art is somewhat similar to my star-picking hand. Cold Moon Saber Technique, Water Attribute Saber Technique, also inclined towards the path of Purine. a beginner saber technique created by the Cold Moon Fairy. Its power is unparalleled. This saber technique can be considered profound and can lead a cultivator into the path of saber cultivation. The Cold Moon Fairy should be considered a heavenly immortal, right? 9 Revolutions Pill Tao. Oh, this is an alchemy method. The records of various spiritual medicines can be considered comprehensive, and there are several sets of alchemy methods and fire control methods. These methods are also fine and can also be used in battle. 7 Illusions, Fire Control and 8 Desolates, Wind Arrow, Garuda's Wings. In the following year, Zhou Tong immersed himself in the countless cultivation method manuals for the majority of his energy. He did not cultivate these cultivation method manuals, but only browsed through them once, and then comprehended them to correct his own understanding of the cultivation method and the great Tao of this world. But, as he comprehended, the aura on his body would also change to different degrees. When he comprehended sword techniques, his body would explode with resplendent light, and the power of the sword would grow continuously as he comprehended sword techniques. When he comprehended saber techniques, the power of the saber in his body would also become stronger bit by bit. And when he comprehended various techniques of the 5 elements, yin and yang, his body would also emit various auras. At times, it would be like a raging fire burning wildly. At other times, it would be like a cool breeze drifting with the wind. At other times, it would be as steady and heavy as the earth. Chapter 12:12. Time passed slowly, and a quiet year was about to pass by. In the small building, Zhou Tong casually took out a saber and a sword. The saber and sword were made of ordinary iron. He held the saber in his left hand and the sword in his right. He did not use any magic power or divine power. Instead, he waved the saber and sword like a mortal. The only difference was that he was multitasking. He performed saber techniques with his left hand and sword techniques with his right. Sweep, hack, poke, slice, sweep, slash, stab, point, stab, hack, sweep, carry, whip, intercept, wipe. These were only the basic movements of saber techniques and sword techniques. However, in Zhou Tong's hands, they were as smooth as flowing water. Even the clash of saber and sword did not feel out of place in his hands. In this world, saber and sword techniques were actually in conflict. For example, when a god-fiend physique refinement expert became a heavenly god, he used sword techniques as the core to construct his divine body. After he became a true god, he used saber techniques as the core to reconstruct his divine body. It was certain that he would not be able to break through and become a worldly god. This was because the saber techniques and sword techniques in this world were in conflict. However, such a conflict could not be seen in Zhou Tong's body. As he continued to perform saber techniques and subtractions, a layer of reddish-black and white-gold light appeared on his saber and sword respectively. The dazzling reddish-black and white-gold light made the saber and sword in his hands contain unbelievable power. The saber was faster and fiercer, and the aura was heavier. When the saber pierced through the air, the space seemed to be wailing. The sword was faster and sharper. When the sword pierced through the air, cracks appeared in the void. This was the second level of saber energy and sword energy, the glorious sun realm. Regardless of whether it was saber energy or sword energy, the names of the realms were very similar. The first level was the Silver Moon realm. The external manifestation was the condensation of a pitch-black light on the saber or a silver-white light on the sword. The second level was the glorious sun realm. Compared to the first level, this level was not so much a qualitative change. It was more of a quantitative change. Only when one saber Tao or sword Tao reached a certain level would one be able to improve. The most direct manifestation of this was that the power of the saber or sword would become even more terrifying. At this moment, as Zhou Tong brandished his saber and sword, his entire body was like a moving Taiji diagram. One side was black, and the other side was white. The power of the sword and the power of the saber revolved around him endlessly. After a long time, he finally stopped and the black and white power of the sword and saber on his body also slowly calmed down. After a year of meditation, my saber power and sword power have both reached the second level. Zhou Tong sighed. In the past year, he had basically not practiced any saber or sword techniques. He had only been comprehending the tens of thousands of basic techniques. However, after completing the saber and sword foundation of this world, his saber and sword powers had both reached the second level. However, I never thought that I would have something like this on me other than the power of the sword and the saber. Zhou Tong raised his right hand, and a pitch-black light appeared in his hand. It was like an enormous pitch-black sun, and strands of pitch-black crystalline light shot out from it. Every single strand of crystalline light was like an extremely sharp needle. Just looking at it made one feel like they were about to be pierced through. The power of the arrow. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the power of the arrow. The saber Tao of this world has the power of the saber, while the sword Tao has the power of the sword. Naturally, the bow and arrow have the power of the arrow as well. A hint of curiosity appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes. He wanted to know if there was anyone else in the three realms who had comprehended the power of the arrow apart from himself. The strength of the master archers of the three realms lay in their Tao fruit of chaos and heart force. The Tao fruit of chaos allowed the master archers of the three realms to possess attack power that was comparable to Daozu's. The existence of heart force further strengthened the accuracy of the master archers to the extreme. The skill level of the master archers of the three realms was generally measured by their heart force. However, they had never heard of something like the power of the arrow. Even the number one master archer of the three realms, Hoei, had never heard of anything like the power of the arrow. Was it because Hoei's heart force and heart force were so powerful that they had influenced the other master archers of the three realms? However, there was no way to know. If the other archers don't have such things, then in the future, even if my heart force is stuck at the third level and I find it hard to advance any further, I'll probably still be able to become the number one master archer of the three realms. Zhou Tong chuckled. At the same time, he began to grow wary. The archers of the three realms might have gone astray, but did that mean the other swordsmen and sabersmen had gone astray as well? How reliable were the tens of thousands of techniques he had acquired from the Rain Dragon Guard? Were there many of them that had gone astray as well? The grand Daos and paths I've gained insights into in other worlds aren't completely useless. The power of the arrow is a very obvious example. However, the path of cultivation in this world still requires me to learn as much as I can. The Rain Dragon Guard will need to spend quite a bit of effort to advance in rank, Zhou Tong mused of himself. After this year of enlightenment, he had gradually come to realize that the path of cultivation in this world was different from that of the Shroud Heaven world, the Lifelong world, and the other worlds. The paths of cultivation in this world weren't as winding and winding, nor were they idealistic. Instead, it was a very materialistic path. This was because every single Tao existed naturally within the heavens and the earth. What cultivators needed to do was to slowly, step by step, approach the supreme Tao of Omega. During this period of time, one didn't need to rely too much on idealism, nor did one need to have too many ideas of one's own. All one needed to do was get close to the original Taos that existed in the heavens and the earth. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin my mission as a keeper of the Rain Dragon Guard. Before that, I need to make some breakthroughs in my level of cultivation. The higher my level of cultivation, the faster the Rain Dragon Guard will advance in rank. Zhou Tong went out and left the small building that he was in. He came to a relatively flat area in the Crimson Dragon Mountains. Then he sat down cross-legged and the Qiming portrait of the nine heavens began to circulate naturally. The godly pattern of the sun and godly pattern of the moon on his body also began to shine brightly. He was beginning to break through to the immortal soul stage. Zhou Tong had previously estimated the progress of his cultivation in the Qiming portrait of the nine heavens. At that time, he estimated that he would only need half a year to break through. However, in the following year in the Crimson Dragon Mountains, he spent most of his time on the manuals and manuals. The time he spent on cultivation decreased by more than half. That was why he delayed his advancement until now. With Zhou Tong's breakthrough, the divine power of the Qi Ming portrait of the nine heavens began to circulate in a new way. At the same time, the solar star and the lunar star seemed to sense it. They quickly descended upon him with the solar primordial fire and the lunar primordial water, using the power of water and fire to help him rebuild his divine body. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.